and key. But if you want to access outside Kenya, we are all going this way. So for you to go to the reception, you have to use the door, go straight using the pavement up to the reception, then all the way to the gate. Washrooms are outside here. On the immediate right, we have got the ladies, and the following is the gents. In case they are in use, you can just follow the path, the footpath, the pavement. It will, by the reception, we have more washrooms. The immediate left are the gents. The next are the ladies. In case you are in here and you have misplaced any of your items, kindly report to us immediately using your contact person, or call the reception, be it in here or at the reception. As you go looking for your item before you declare it lost, kindly copy us through the reception or your contact person, because time is of essence to us in respect to something that you have misplaced. Kindly note that before you declare it lost, as you go looking for it, copy us, so that before you declare it lost, we are also helping you in looking for it. In case of emergency, the assembly point is here. The field behind here, it has a green signage showing the assembly point. In case you are in the room, we have got a green signage on the wall. You follow the green signage on the wall, it will guide you to the assembly point. In case you are at the restaurant, there is a pool, a swimming pool outside. By the swimming pool, we have got a green signage showing the assembly point. In case of any other emergency other than fire, we have got action plan in place where we'll come here and guide you to safety. For those of you who like to go jogging in the morning or in the evening, the jogging course around here in Lukenya outside is safe. We have never had any insecurity situation. We thank God for that. But as much as it is safe, my advice is that if you are going in the morning, you wait until there is enough daylight. Don't go very early when it is still dark. And if you will be going alone, especially for those who are going alone, the lone rangers, kindly inform one of your colleagues that I will be going for a morning walk, but I will not be carrying with me my phone, so that in case you don't show up, we don't go calling your phone when you actually left it in the room. As for the evening, you can jog, but in the evening, the moment you see that it's getting dark, I don't go by time. Time, sometimes it can be 6 when it's dark, 7 when it's still not dark. So when you see that it's getting dark, just come back. The choking is safe, but you know, I cannot guarantee security out there at night. I guarantee security in here as much as the area is safe, but kindly don't stay late at night outside in the name of joking. For in case one of you is feeling unwell, God forbid, our wish is that you throughout your stay, you stay safe. In case one of you is feeling unwell, we have got about 800 meters from here, we have got a clinic where you will go there and get the first aid. And depending on the seriousness of your sickness, you will be taken to hospital. The nearest hospital here is about 10 kilometers from Lukenya, place called at River. And in case of an emergency, our services we usually use for the emergency response, we use St. John's ambulance. In here, we don't sell or stock alcohol, neither do we do smoking. That's why when you walk around, you don't see the ashtrays. And also at the bar, we don't stock alcohol. Ours, we do non-alcoholic beverages. So in case there is any one of you who can't do without smoking, kindly you just move away from the group, look at a secluded area away from the rest where you can enjoy your cigarette, and kindly just know that it should be not be a controlled substance. Cigarette is okay. Where you are not supposed to smoke is in the rooms. Kindly, if you smoke in the room, you will be charged because of the whatever will go on before the next guest come in, cleaning. So the rooms you are not supposed to smoke in the room. Be it at night, you'll have to move outside the room. But during the day, if you are here, even if you are at the restaurant, just get out of the restaurant, go to a secluded area, enjoy your cigarette, then join the rest. If it's a matter of alcohol, you can take it in the room, or there is a designated area for alcohol. You liaise with the reception if it's in terms of a group. Otherwise, we don't stock alcohol, neither do we sell it in here. Questions, please, regarding security. Let me give you our reception team to just mention a few things regarding the procedures.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I trust most of you we've already met. My name is Edna, in charge of guest relations. Mine is just to welcome you to Lukenya Getaway and wishing you a very beautiful stay. I'll start by mentioning the activities which are part of your package. We have a swimming pool which is open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's located by the restaurant area. We also do jogging in the morning from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. So in case there is anyone who is interested, feel free to just register at the reception and then we can get your guide for that. We also have a nature trail within our compound with some animals in it. We do ostrich feeding. We have some impalas and we also have some birds. We do hiking to the Lukenya Hills. I trust you saw them as you are coming in, which is actually 1 hour to 1 hour, 30 minutes walk. So in case you are interested, feel free to just register at the reception so that we can organize a facilitator for that. As I mentioned earlier, we have Wi-Fi around our premises, which is open and free. So you can just connect to any network with no password. But just to assure you, the Wi-Fi is very secure. So the hall that we are seated in right now is called Savo. For the 10 a.m. tea and the 4 p.m. tea, we shall be having them served just outside our hall. But for the other meals, we shall be having them served at our main restaurant, which is called Earthy Restaurant. I trust actually all of us know where it is located. Okay, have a beautiful stay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Haven't you guys had breakfast? I can't hear your response. Good morning once again. That's it. My name is James. I'm part of the Lukenya Getaway team. I deal with team building and activities on the daily. So every day we usually have activities that is from rock climbing, that is volleyball, there's badminton. We also have board games like chess. We also have archery, pool, but we also charge for some board games that is like chess, Monopoly, and also archery we charge at 200 shillings. And also for the bikes, we charge at 600 shillings, all right? I am the facilitator who is going to always facilitate you. We also have a gym. If you want somebody to keep you motivated and show you how it works, I am there. Just go to the reception and ask for me, all right? So before you begin your conference, I'd like us to do an icebreaker, just a simple one, okay? Let's all stand up. So I have got 3 words for you, all right? The first one is ba, bado, and bado bado, okay? So when I say ba, you clap up. That is ba, bado at the front, bado bado below. Got that? Ba, bado, bado bado, bado bado, bado. Now, don't do as I do. Do as. Very good. Let's go. And I might change the order of how it flows, all right? All right, let's see. Ba, 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 bado, bado bado, ba, bado, bado bado, ba, bado bado, bado bado, bado bado, ba, bado, ba, ba. Very nice. You can have your seats.
Thank you. That's a nice icebreaker. Thank you. So please just bado bado as you sit down. All right. Thank you for breaking the ice for us. So I want to say good morning to everyone here. My name is Funke Faye from University of Ibadan, UI of Ibadan. And it's good to have you here on behalf of the organizing committee. I welcome everyone. And we will just do a brief introduction. On your table, I can see two people from the same university. So you must look for someone that is not from your university and introduce yourself. Let's do that in 5 minutes. Someone not from your university. Not from your institution. Someone you have not met before. Introduce yourself, your area of specialization, your faculty or student. Yeah. And I'm going to do random selection after and ask you to tell us about the person you just met. Okay. You're going to ask the person something interesting. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to just take the microphone to my friend there who's going to tell me about people on our table.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nwanda Mthembu. I'm from the University of Pretoria, from the beautiful country called South Africa. I'm with my colleagues here. I'm with Esther. Esther is from University of Nairobi. She was telling me about Badu Badu, not yet. And then I have Refilwe from University of Pretoria. She's my colleague. And I've got Eva from University of Nairobi. And I've got Rodney from University of Pretoria, but he's from the group of last year. Yes, we met yesterday with Esther and Eve.
Okay, so a round of applause for her. Or Bado. All right, thank you very much. So at this point, I want to introduce the faculty here. I'll be calling the university, and you please just stand up and do Bado. Is it Bado now or Bado? Bado is up. Yeah. So you do Bado. The student will do Bado. All right, so if we have faculty from University of Ibadan, Nigeria, please can you stand up and do Bado for us? Then we know you very well. Bado is up. Bado is up. Okay, Bado. Okay, so let's do Bado together. From university, these are colleagues from University of Ibadan. Thank you very much. Please sit down. From University of Nairobi, faculty from University of Nairobi, we do Bado. Bado. No, Bado is. No, Bado. Okay, do anyone. You can miss the Bado. All right, so these are colleagues from University of Nairobi. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are the host, right? Okay, thank you. And then we have University of Pretoria. We have colleagues from university, lecturers and faculty. Let's do Bado. No, you have to do it well. You're from South Africa, right? So let's do Bado. All right, thank you very much. These are colleagues from University of Pretoria. We have students also here from our university. Let's start with University of Pretoria students here. Can you please do Bado? Now you must do Bado well. You are students, so you must do Bado well. Okay, Bado. Thank you. Sit down, please. And then from University of Nairobi, can we have Bado from the student from University of Nairobi? Thank you very much. And then from University of Ibadan, can we show them how we do Bado? Bado from University of Ibadan. Student from University of Ibadan. Thank you very much. Yes, so thank you. Please sit down. I also recognize the staff of PASCA here Please, can you stand up and do bad? Yes, all the staff from Pascal, thank you very much. So, bar is up. Oh. I think it's up. Come on, let's do it well. Thank you. They are the supporting staff, and we're glad to be here with you. And then invited guests here, we'll be introducing them later. Thank you very much, everyone. At this point, I want you to do Bado Bado as I invite Pauline. We all know Pauline, right? So Pauline, please come. Bado Bado for Pauline.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, our invited guest is Professor Eunice Kamara. Kindly wave. Oh yes. Oh, you can do all the three. Bado. Thank you very much. There is a colleague of mine who is outside, and I think it is fair that you get to see her because she's communicated to every one of you, but perhaps you've not had the opportunity to meet her. If Martha, can somebody whisper Mother outside? I just saw her, she's right there. She's doing mother's business. She's just being mother. Thank you very much, Stella. Yes, mother is doing mother's business. This is mother. Yeah. Thank you very much, mother. Yeah. So mine is to welcome you to this event. This being our second in-person or physical JAS, Joint Annual Academic Seminar. But before we go far, I think I would like to take this opportunity to introduce PASGA to you. I realize that we have new people who may not really know who we are and why the doctoral program. PASGA is based in Nairobi, Kenya, but it is a Pan-African organization. Can I be heard? Am I heard? Okay, good. We are a Pan-African organization. We are actually we. This kind of representation is actually PASGA because we are Pan-African and we are in different parts of the continent. We actually have a footprint in over 26 African countries. These three countries being very well represented. We were established way back in 2011 with the mandate of enhancing excellence in research for governance and public policy. Now, I am sure you're able to start connecting dots, right? So we exist to enhance research excellence in governance and public policy. And now, those ones who conceived PASGA realized a gap in the ability of the social science departments to influence policy. So they captured that opportunity and established this organization. The organization was actually established by vice chancellors of different universities within the continent. We are structured around three programs. The first program is research. We commission research. We do research in public policy. We look for a policy issue and we commission research and we work with researchers, institutions and individual researchers. And we have a range of projects that we have done. And within that, our interest is to influence uptake of research for public policy. So we have a project we call Utafiti Sera. Kenyans in the house would know Utafiti Sera stands for research and policy. Because we want to take research evidence to the policy space. So we have that platform that we use to engage researchers and policy actors sitting together to generate evidence and then to influence its uptake. We have another program called Professional Development and Training, and we focus on early and mid-career researchers, and we work with them to strengthen the already existing capacity to be able to generate policy evidence. And then we have where we all belong, the higher education program. The higher education program was established with the understanding that we need a pipeline of researchers and policy actors. So we initially collaboratively with the 10 universities developed a program called Master of Research in Public Policy. Can I see by a show of hand any graduate of public MRPP? We call it MRPP. Excellent. Yeah, this is commendable. I think we have the largest group of MRPP sitting today. So we have that program. It was established way back in 2013, an exciting program. I participated in its design with a whole lot of other academics from 13 African universities across 7 countries. All right? Those who don't know, there is an MRPP, University of Sierra Leone, University of Ghana, University of Ibadan, University of Jos, University of Lagos, Nairobi University, Maseno University, Egerton University, those are universities in Kenya, University, Uganda Christian University, Uganda Matters University in Uganda, of course. In South Africa, we have University of Pretoria. Yes. And then we have University of Botswana. Do you have an MRPP from University of Botswana? Excellent, thank you. Then we have University of Mzumbe and University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Those are 7 countries, right? 13 universities. At that point, it was felt that this program, being a dual pathway program, where students could graduate to become policy actors and others could graduate to become researchers, policy researchers, there was an expressed need to create a pathway for the research students. So when they graduate, they would go to continue in their research career. So we again sat together, 13 universities, and we were joined by 3 others, and 16 universities conceived and developed the Doctoral in Public Policy program. And here we are. So I felt that I needed to give that very brief background as to who we are and how this program came to be. But there's also a fundamental issue as to why this program was conceived. Our continent, we call it a young continent, and there is an expressed need to keep generating doctoral students who would join the university departments and work with the existing senior cadre of academics, our professors who are now exiting the space, be mentored to be effective as our senior academics have been, so that universities can have that self-regenerative capacity and strengthen our departments. So I am aware that some of our initial graduates of this program have now gone back to their respective departments, and they are already working together with the faculty to strengthen their capacities to be able to continue developing another cadre of young scholars. And that is why this program is so important. And that is why it is attracting attention, because we feel that we are coming to fill an already expressed demand. And this program is a collaborative program. It's a network which has joined other networks on the continent like Qatar. I know some of you already have an experience with Qatar program and a few other similar networks. So we are privileged that we have this wonderful program which gives a spotlight on the policy, public policy, but it is also a program that is helping us strengthen our departments, our social science departments. So I want to commend every one of you I want to commend our faculty, because we couldn't be where we are without our faculty. It's the same faculty that wrote the curriculum. And it is the same faculty that is helping us be able to deliver this program. But more importantly, I want to commend every one of you students. We call you our babies, and we are always very, very excited to have you. As your mother, I'm always privileged. Whenever I hear our students are out there, they're progressing well, I feel good. I want at this point to appreciate the support that we have received from the Carnegie Corporation of New York. When we conceived this program and we launched it with our funder. It's our long-lasting partner, and they have supported us. Now we're in the third round of support. They wouldn't be coming back to support us if they don't see value in what we are doing. And that is why I'm always excited of the work that is happening across the 3 universities. So mine is to encourage you to carry on, to encourage you to put more effort. As we have gone along, we have observed that there is only one weakness. We have very able supervisors who are so excited to see us pass through, but we are not graduating at the rate that we would want to see. So I want to stop to sort of get towards the end of my remarks by throwing a challenge to every student who is here, that it is in everybody's interest, your own interest, but also the faculty and PASGA, that you finish in record time. Because when you do that, then we can start seeing our fruits. Like we were so excited when our 5 students graduated. And I know this year, we're expecting students from University of Nairobi, of course, more from University of Pretoria. At least I do follow what you do. And of course, University of Ibadan. So we are looking forward to having more students graduate, so that we can stand tall and say that we have this number of graduates. But of course, more importantly, for you to finish and go back and build your respective nations. I know majority of you have just begun, but 3 years is not a long time. Please make sure that you're doing the right thing so that you keep to your timelines. It is always very important to do that, because they say a journey of 1,000 miles starts with 1 step. So where you are right now, it's very, very important. It's a very important place where you are, because if you don't get it right, then you will not be able to finish on record time. So as I draw towards the end of my remarks, I just want to say that why we decide that every year we'll have a convening, even when we could not do a physical convening, it's because we value the space for networking. I can see a lot of excitement when we are meeting. Somebody has told me that, oh, we met with my colleague from University of Nairobi. We are very intentional about the network. That's why this is a collaborative program, so that you can network and leverage the resources within your the partners. So get to know one another. Go beyond that, because whoever you meet today may be your future research partner in collaborative projects. So take the networking very seriously. Get to know one another. Students, you have access to your faculty, but you also have access to faculty from across the network. We have seen the effectiveness of course supervision, where we have supervisors from one university supervising students from the other university. So please use this opportunity. It's a safe space. Get to know supervisors from the other universities and get to know what is it, what are their research interests, how can I leverage that? These are also the same supervisors who will open doors for you for conferences and even for external supervision. So please take this opportunity you have very seriously and see what you can do with the networks this network that we have opened for you. It is also an opportunity for you, a very safe opportunity to present your work in progress. We've looked at your posters. First of all, I must commend each and every one of you because you turned around those abstracts and those papers, those posters very, very fast. So this is an opportunity where you are going in a very safe way. Talk about your work in progress. Nobody is going to condemn you. We know where you are at. So please use this opportunity to talk about your research interests, what you have put on those posters, whether it is fully baked or not. This is the place to talk about what you're thinking. You receive feedback that will help you, isn't it? In my language, we say a child who does not move around thinks that it is only their mother who knows how to cook. Am I right? People from my community. And I know in your communities, you have such kind of sayings. So this opportunity opens you beyond your supervisors. It opens you to a wealth of resources so that you can also taste foods from the other pots, isn't it? So use this opportunity. It's a very serious opportunity we have given you. Please talk about your work. Even if you're not very sure about it, talk about it. So what will happen later in the day? You will go and talk about your work in poster presentations. I also must commend you that you took the challenge to do posters. I know some of you have never done posters before, isn't it? And it was a good experience, was it? Was it a good experience? Yes. Was it a good experience? Yes. Because you'll get opportunities to go for conferences and they'll be asking for poster presentations. All of us have done posters. I did mine when I was where you are. Yes. And I was so proud of my poster. However it was, I pinned it on the wall. For the longest time, I was a student because it reminded me, and I did my very first one when I was where you are. I was still thinking about my work. So I kept going back and saying, hey, I've come from far. So it was always a motivation. Please, these posters, we have spent money on them in their form. Keep them there. Your work will continue being refined, but keep it there. It will remind you where you have come from, okay? And it will motivate you. We'll also use this opportunity to have workshops to strengthen our capacities. Use those sessions to ask questions. I also have to thank you for bringing in, telling us what you want to know. Yes, we have taken that feedback very, very seriously. And these supervisors you see here have read and they have prepared themselves to respond to those needs, okay? So I will want to bring my remarks here and formally open this convening and wish all of us a good and very rich session. Thank you very much. I forgot to say that I'm very privileged to have a co-host, my good friend, who has given me a very hard time. Every day I open my laptop and I see emails from Funke. I call her Funke. I know you call her Professor Funke, but she's a wonderful person and I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
She's a great leader. Thank you, everyone. Another round of applause to Pauline, please. Don't worry, after today, I won't send emails again. All right, so at this point, we are going to the keynote address, and please allow me to invite Professor Natasha Utazen forward. I pronounced it well. Excellent. So I will read a citation and she will deliver the keynote address for this workshop and conference. Thank you. So Natasha, thank you. Okay. Natasha Utazin is a distinguished professor at the School of Public Management and Administration. She holds an impressive academic background, including a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration, Masters in Public Administration, Doctor of Literature and Philosophy from the University of South Africa, and then she completed a certificate in higher education at the University of Pretoria. So it's really distinguished academic background. Professor Utazin. Her research span organizational studies, ethics, anti-corruption, whistleblower protection, community engagement, and the future of work. She has a prolific publication record, contributing to both national and international journals and books, and mentoring numerous postgraduate students. Her active involvement extends to national and international initiatives, serving on various bodies and editorial boards, including the Public Administration Review. As part of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council, she shares the work stream on legislative framework, policy, and system. Her contribution to the South African National Anti-Corruption Strategy underscore a commitment to public administration. Professor Utazin achievements include multiple research and teaching awards. She played a pivotal role in establishing the Center for Future Work at the University of Pretoria. Please, a round of applause for that. Thank you. She also served as the interim director representing the Economic and Management Sciences faculty on the University of Pretoria Community Engagement Forum. In July 2022, she was elected to represent Africa on the Board of Management of the International Association of School and Institute of Administration. Thank you. And she chairs the IDEAL Committee, focusing on inclusion, diversity, equality, accessibility, and leaving no one behind. Natasha Utazin contribution to academic and community engagement mark her as a respected and accomplished academia, and we are really privileged to have her deliver this keynote address today. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Natasha.
If we can just load the presentation, please. It's at the back. Oh, one would assume after COVID, we know how to do it. So let me just get my timer on. Let's look at how do you do presentations. A stranger is a friend you have not met before. So let me preempt this and say, friends, colleagues, family, tribe, village. Thank you for the honor to present this keynote to you. It's called a keynote, but I am changing it to a key. So I invite each and every one of you to, let's just see, yes. Not that one yet. To a journey of PhD discovery, a village perspective. Students, or as we call you at UP, almost doctors or doctors in waiting. Think about this as an activity that you do proactively. So I actually want to see you do things, jot down ideas. This is almost the start of the real workshop. Supervisors, you don't get off so easily. I want you to be reactive in terms. I want you to reflect specifically on your journey, because I think in so many of our cases, we completed our PhD so long ago that we almost can't remember the turbulent time in our lives when we had this all-consuming thing called a PhD sitting on our shoulders when we try to relax, when we try to have a life. So please join me. I recall that, you know, when I started my PhD journey, I registered in Asper University in the academic calendar in South Africa in January of 2005. I graduated September, actually on Prof. van Dijk's birthday, the 18th of September, 2007. It was so important to me. I still remember that date to this day. I can't remember the other dates of all those other things, but I really remember my PhD. So originally I wasn't going to share this journey, my journey, but then last night in the Iron Room, I met up with Jemima and then also Rodney, and we started talking. And I thought, you know what? I am going to share my PhD journey with you. You've heard the bio. It seems okay for a person that is at the stage in her life where I am, né? But you should know that it wasn't always like that. I also had to start from the bottom, as they say. So let's have some reflections. In the beginning, I thought I knew everything. I thought, you know what, I've got this. My master's was so easy. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and I did it. And I did it with cum laude. You know, I did it. I got this. But with my PhD, and I'm going to tell you, I had a few false starts in terms of my title and my topic for a variety of reasons. One, and remember now, this is 2005, and before that, when you start thinking about PhD topics, at some stage, I wanted to do e-governance. But then the person I wanted to do it with immigrated. And I was like, oh, that's not going to work out. Then at some stage, I thought, okay, maybe something in communities. But then I couldn't find a supervisor. Then people wanted me to do my PhD with them, and I was not going to do stress in the South African police service. I thought, no, that is not going to be me. So I kindly declined. I also have, because remember, being in academia, you know a lot of people. So I had a friend approached me and he wanted to supervise me. And I said to him, listen, we can't even agree to what should be in a first year module. How are we going to agree on what must be in my PhD? So please be mindful that, you know, things happen. And the thing is, in my journey, I also realized that the more I read, the less I knew. And then also, how do I remember all of this? How do I write all of this? Remember, you don't have to. So, full disclosure, Prof. van Dijk and I, Gerda, we were together in undergrad. So we have been through this journey. And to tell you that she has been a real support, it's going to be an understatement, and I will share with you. Know your why. Why are you doing this? I remember seeing a graduation at UNISA, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to do it at UNISA, because their graduation was spectacular, and I wanted that for me. Know your why. Know the reason why you're embarking. And I'm asking you to know the real reason. The right answer is to contribute to the discipline. We all know that. I'm going to have a contribution in terms of theory, maybe methodology, some practice. Know your why and know your real why. And I don't see anybody writing down their why. Why are you writing your whys? Supervisors, what were your why back then? And even if it is just to be called doctor, it's also okay, because that is your why. In so many instances, we want to provide for a better future for our children, for ourselves, and that is often the why for a lot of our students. Then one thing you have to remember, and Dr. Pauline also mentioned it, time. Time isn't always on your side. So I felt pressured, and I put a lot of pressure on myself, not my supervisors, I had two. I put the pressure on me. And then you have to realize, like I did, that life happens. My supervisor, my primary supervisor, swapped universities in the middle of my PhD, basically. And now she was at a different university. They wanted to allocate a new supervisor, and she was actually the only one at that stage who wrote on whistleblowing and public admin. So I started freaking out. Because what am I going to do now? Because now I'm losing my supervisor. And it might happen with you that your supervisors, and I know actually, I'm just reminded in our case, it has happened. Your supervisor is not with you anymore. We can make a plan, as they did with me. They paid, UNISA paid my supervisor to take me to completion. Because remember, I was still within that specific time frame, the magic one, where our university was going to get a lot of money because I complete my PhD. I didn't see any of the money, but trust me, the university saw it. In that case, it was the UNISA. Also in terms of life happens. Life looks different for different people. It looks different for you to the person who's sitting next to you. Some people are employed. Some are fortunate to have the time to just concentrate on their studies, single and ready to mingle with a PhD, not with other people. But then also, a lot would be married in relationships, jobs, real life, you know, with due dates and deadlines and performance agreements and you know it. You know it. You experience it. What you should know is that in my case, my biggest supporter passed away. My mother. The same December, my supervisor left and had a nervous breakdown. Now, she didn't have the nervous breakdown because of me, but you should know life happens. But you pull yourself up and you finish your PhD. Life happens. I mentioned that support systems and the role of Gerda in this. Trust me, nobody can feel more lonely than me and feel more sorry than me for me, especially if I feel like everybody has a life and I don't. So then what happens is I feel really sorry for myself. And that is when I was fortunate enough to have support systems on which I can rely. Who are your support systems? Who were your support systems? And are you grateful for them? Gerda knew that I have certain bad habits. I don't sleep. I watch D-grade Korean translated karate movies at 4 o'clock in the morning because my brain doesn't want to switch off. And then I don't eat. So they would bring me food, food. But then also very important, because I became obsessed with my topic and I couldn't stop reading, like literally obsessed, because I started wondering, and this relates also to examiners, what if the examiner is the super expert in my topic and I didn't cover anything? So I started to really hyperventilate, and it was before WhatsApp, send me an SMS and 2 words in her messages. I'll never forget it. Stop reading. Because she knew I was obsessively reading. Also remember that the only way is up. So when you are down in the dumps, you are maybe depressed, things are not going well, even because life happened, know that you can only go up. And remember that in some instances, you will receive feedback, as I got. So I had a chapter, which I will never forget, chapter 4 on corruption. It was brilliant, if you ask me. Still maintain that to this day. And my supervisor decided, we're not going to use a single word of my brilliant 80-page chapter. 80 pages of brilliance gone. Never write 80-page chapters, but, you know, and this is why I also have that hindsight. Remember that you can always use what you have cut out in other places. Oh, the supervisory relationship. Are you ready for a next marriage? Because that is what you're entering into, a kind of a marriage with a supervisor whom you might love at times and whom you might hate at times. And it's okay. It's okay to hate them. It's okay to hate on us, right? I'm giving you permission to not like us as much as you would like us. Because I didn't always love my supervisors as much as they think I should have liked them. And with my supervisors, one was almost the silent partner, and a lot of you have co-supervision. And he would then receive the document or the chapters, and he would have questions. And that made me realize that because he didn't know a lot about whistleblower protection, if he doesn't get it, others will not get it either. So don't think a second supervisor is not a valuable supervisor. Also, in terms of examiners, and I've mentioned it, apart from me thinking that the examiner could be the expert, I knew it was going to be an academic. And at gatherings like this, I would really be stressing and checking everyone out. Are they looking at me differently, smiling at me? Because I was trying to suss out who would be my examiners. I didn't know until I graduated. And actually also because Prof. Thornhill told me by accident who one was. He wasn't the examiner, but he didn't know I wasn't supposed to know. And then when you graduate, celebrate. See your graduation. Part of my why was my grad party. Not gonna lie. It was like I had the whole party planned. I might have spent a considerable amount of time on the party. Celebrate that. Celebrate it with the loved ones. I actually, apart from my graduation day, I also remember distinctly where I was when my supervisor phoned me to tell me that my PhD was accepted without any amendments. But you know what? I know for the 2 mistakes in my list of references, my bibliography today, it haunts me to this day. So you can see I have a bit of an excessive personality. Now, please remember in hindsight that supervisors are humans too. That's what I had to realize with my supervisor having the breakdown. Also, they have lives, unlike what I thought they would be ready 24/7 to accept my brilliant chapters. And then why don't they respond within 2 days? What do? They must already have a PhD. Also, this document that you are writing is going to be your claim to fame. Are you ready for fame? Are you ready? Yes. So what do you want to be known for? What should be your claim to fame? So I think my PhD definitely made an original contribution because of everything I've written. It's still my most cited source. To this day, I see it pop up at gatherings. People talk about it. People say, oh, I know your work. And I'm like, oh, that old thing. But really, I have evolved. There were things that I would do differently, or there are things that I would do different. Hindsight is 2020 vision. So let's talk about the next step. Take my hand through this journey. Actually, I want you to take Prof. Fred's hand, Dr. Joseph's hand. They're not here, Prof. Peter, Prof. Jonathan, Dr. Pauline, and then also Dr. Beatrice Nyangala, who's now the permanent secretary here. Because we had a dream, and you get to live it. In part because we wanted a community where people do not feel alone. There is no reason for you to feel alone. Now, we started this with discussions in September 2018. In 2019, Nairobi took in September the first, Prof. Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, the first intake. So did Ibadan. South Africa has different academic schedules, so we took in the first students in 2020. More about that later. So what do you consider to be the elements of success? I don't see anyone writing or typing. What do you consider to be the challenges to your success? What is going to be your success elements and what are your challenges? Think about them, because as we progress through the next few days, you can tap into these, and I'm going to say the OGs, you know, those already with titles, and ask them, say to them, I am already foreseeing that I'm going to struggle because of A, B, and C. Talk to us. Ask us for guidance. That is, after all, why you are part of a village. Now, I've already shared with you my bad thing, my mother passing, but bad things happen to good people. I want you to be prepared. In 2020, I mean, we were so excited about this new collaborative PhD. We couldn't contain ourselves. And you all know what happened leading to March 2020. At UP, we had 5 students coming from, in that year, it was Uganda and Nigeria. They gave up their homes. One of them left a week-old baby with his wife to come and pursue the dream of a PhD. And then they got locked up in small rooms. So be prepared that you will be challenged. It could be that you might have to face an operation. Your partners, and I'm not wishing this on anybody, or yourself might get ill. You might even lose your job. There are so many things that can happen. And that is why I also want you to identify your challenges. You need to appreciate that different people will have different roles in your life. So you need to think of what is the role of my supervisor. Then also, and there at the last one, the role of your mentor. Find a mentor. Find a person who can take you through this journey, who can support you differently to a supervisor. And this person does not have to be in your discipline. Now, I am blessed with a brilliant sister. You should know this. She's brilliant. She's a marketing professor. But I got to mentor one of her PhD students. And originally she was a little bit confused because what do I know about marketing, you know? And I said to her, but remember, that is not my role. The mentor's role is not to be the discipline expert. It can be the same, but trust me, it's often better to have 2 different ones. And I have learned a lot from my mentors. When you need to ask somebody to be your mentor, Think of what do you need and if that person will be able to provide this. Please remember also, as with your supervisor, your mentor is not your ghostwriter. No? You have to write this book yourselves. When I got my PhD, my father finally looked at the book and he's like, oh, you wrote a book. It's like, what? No, I didn't write a book. I made an original contribution. And, you know, people will not always get what you are doing. So please do not worry about things like that. Things to remember. We do not bite as supervisors. So please ask, reach out, knock on doors. Spend time on that baby, your research. Spend time with your loved ones. Make time for yourself. Because you might get so overwhelmed with life and people and demands and school fees and all of those things and parents that you might forget that you are also in the cycle. That marriage I spoke about, the supervisory relationship. Unfortunately, we are not your BFF, but we will cheer you on as if you are, let's see, Tebogo running the 200 meters in the Olympics. Who watched that? Huh? I don't think there was a person, especially from Africa, who watched it and who didn't scream. I mean, I was like jumping up and down, screaming my head off. And that is what we'll do for you. We will be your biggest cheerleaders. In terms of personal growth and accomplishments, Malcolm X said that education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Dr. Pauline said, some of you are only at the beginning point. Remember, this PhD journey is part of your future planning. What do you want to do with it? Think of skills that you could still develop and are developing, like the posters, critical thinking, independence, resilience. We cannot write your research objectives for you. You have to write them yourselves. No? You all have master's degrees from very reputable universities. And take a moment to be grateful and also to consider your achievements. Think of how far you have come. Think of that for a second. Think of you entering your first day at university, undergrad, and then say, oh, look at me now. A whole PhD loading. That's what I want you to see. Now, some tips for success. Set realistic goals. Under-promise and over-deliver. If you don't have a memorandum of agreement with milestone dates, create one. One of my master's students, I had a meeting with her and she said to me, oh, but I'm really struggling with the due date, you know, with honors. You gave us all the due dates. And I just looked at her and I'm like, and what do you think the memorandum of agreement is for? You know, those milestones that you created, not me, you created. Set milestones and be clear in terms of the milestones and communicate those milestones with the supervisor so that we can also keep an eye on you. Stay curious and keep learning. What do you need in your skills package to ensure success? Is it that you need to, for example, learn more about a quantitative or a qualitative program, how to do data collection? Don't be afraid. Ask. Ask. You have nothing to lose. Be appreciative of the network and this network. Pauline said it all. Your future research partners are here. Future employer might even be here. And people can give you access. The oldies like me, we know people. We can hook you up. No? So, and I'm very serious when I say, do not be too hard on yourself. If you, especially after the program, feel like you cannot read another article, just can't. But you know you have to do something. Watch a YouTube clip, not of little animals dancing, cats meowing, all the cuties. No TikTok. Where are my UP students? No TikTok for you. I disagree. I haven't found any good material on TikTok as yet. They convinced me to go on TikTok. Diamond, it's all your fault. So it's actually Diamond, but he's the only diamond amongst the roses. He convinced me. Listen to a TED talk. Put in your topic, see what comes up. Because you are still engaging with the material. You are still learning. Even if you're not reading 25 pages of academic literature, you are still learning. So, one thing you should know, we saw something brilliant in you, and you will be joining some greats. They have PhDs stemming from physics, systematic theology, Shaq, education, love him. And then Angela in quantum chemistry, and she got to rule a whole country. Anything is possible, people. Everything is possible. Now you're thinking, now that woman in front, she wants us to step into the shoes of giants, and literally with Shaq, I mean that. How do we do this? You need to stay motivated and balanced. Consider your mind, your mental well-being, because this is a journey that's going to be mentally draining. I didn't understand this fully back in the day, many moons ago. So when my supervisor had a nervous breakdown, I was like, what? Why aren't you strong enough? But I learned then that it's okay to not be okay. Cherish your support systems. Did you write down your support system? Who's your support system? Family, friends, peer groups. Quickly, have a look around this room. Do you see a support system? Exactly. Take regular breaks. Keep on with your hobbies. Even if your hobby is to watch Netflix and lie on the bed, that could also be a hobby. You do whatever you need to do to get through this, okay? Exercise. You wouldn't say this, but actually when my supervisor phoned me to tell me about my PhD, I was actually in one of the gyms in South Africa. Long time ago. And then also seek help when needed. Most of our universities have help. We offer psychological support. We offer time management support. We offer so many things. It's available, and if you don't, you contact your supervisor or your mentor and you ask. Have you considered a vision board? What is your vision? Can you visualize yourself? I already visualized myself on the stage, graduating. I also visualized me in my at my PhD party. You had to wear something that started with a P, an H, or a D. How original! I follow this. She's a Christian motivation speaker, and she actually said, Terry Saville, she said that in her vision board, so whether it doesn't matter, she wanted to speak to a lot of people, and she would cut out her face and put it in her vision board spaced it onto a person's body who was doing what she wanted to do. Because then she could visualize it. Gentlemen, you can also visualize. It's important. So for a moment, what are your career prospects after you get this PhD? Firstly, and that's why I asked you, remember your why. There are so many opportunities. Academia, industry, research institutions, consulting. And remember that your supervisors can also help you. Again, and I'm going to say it till you want to scream, ask. We are on your side. Because remember, you sometimes think, oh, they hate me. They hate me. They don't like me. They want to be difficult. We don't want to be difficult because we know examiners can be difficult. And please remember that we gain nothing if you fail. We gain nothing if you don't complete the program. Because, and I'm going to say this, and apologies to all the supervisors who are not like that, we are vain like that. If you look good, we look good. And who doesn't want to look good? So please run things past your supervisors before you submit it, even for sessions like this, because we always want to look good. So again, what do you be known for? Think of that topic, that PhD topic that is in the abstracts. Is that what you want to be known for? Do I want to be an expert in public policy? No. Why? Because there are too many. I want a niche. I want to be known for something specific. Be specific in terms of what you want to be known for. Is it for conditional grants? Is it for refugees? And I'm using the UP students in this case. Is that what, if I need an expert on something, will your name be one of the first 5 that come up? I hope my name comes up with it, with anti-corruption and things back home. I hope so. So I'm getting to the point. Vibe with your tribe. We are a village after all. In isiZulu, we say umuntu, ngumuntu, ngabantu. I am because we are. I'm only human, only because you are human. And this whole idea of, and Pauline, you mentioned, you are our babies. It takes a village to raise a child, but not just raise a child, to raise a healthy child, a well-adjusted child, a strong child. Your co-supervision, your co-supervisors, even the supervisors, we are all part of a tribe. We might have different tribes, but in the end, we're all in the same village. Dr. Martin Luther King said, we cannot walk alone. And as we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. Quitting is not an option. Write that down somewhere. Quitting is not an option. Doesn't matter what happens in your life. Quitting is never, ever, ever an option. Because you have an amazing resource in terms of people, in terms of different universities, different people who designed this program. And this was our tribe last year. Just some of the pictures, just proof that we are together. And some of you have returned, some left, but for good reason, because they're getting ready to get examined. This was all of us last year. Us, not supervisors and students separately, or doctors in waiting, all of us, and we are all together. So welcome to the tribe. Welcome to this huge village. Dr. Pauline spoke about the first person who crossed the finish line. Let me introduce you to, and you can see he has the biggest smile of all, Dr. Jonathan Tumwebaze. We are so proud of him. And we, not just UP, we, a child of Africa. Now, he was the first of 15. But remember, this is a journey, not necessarily a race. And you can see I've been watching a lot of Olympics. You might not always be number one. You know what? It's okay. You might not be the second one or the third one. It's okay. Finish the race. Finish the journey. I hear they call a big faith here in Kenya for the gold. You saw it. She didn't think she could do it again, and she did 3 times in a row. That was a grueling race. I felt tired just watching it and eating my chippies, you know. Let's celebrate that, because you're in a race, but your race is a journey. It's just 3-year to 4-year journey. And then, if I may, where are the other 4? Who are the other 4? Let me show you. We celebrate you. So not the middle 2, they are management students, but you can see how we are celebrating the other 4 students who completed. And I am going to say to you, I can't wait to see your graduation pictures, because in the end, the glory is yours and the privilege is ours. Thank you.
A standing ovation for Professor Natasha. That was... Make me feel as if I should start PhD again. Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful speech. Thank you. Let's keep clapping until she sits. Just keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you very much. A lot to take in there, and I hope you have some jottings like I did. I wrote a lot, and in the beginning, know your why. Life happens, but you have support system. Then you will know that the only way is up. Love and like, and sometimes dislike, but like again, your supervisor. Then celebrate your graduation. And in conclusion, what do you want to be known for? I wrote some other thing here. Your mentor is not your ghostwriter. I like that. And I'll take it home. And then in this place today, which is important, she said, your future research partner or examiner or employer may be here. So networking is important. So at this point, we will go out for group photograph. Yes, Pauline. So as we prepare to go out for group photograph, and from there we go to our plenary session, I want to acknowledge the online participants. Is it possible to just give us a screen of those people online? Yes, thank you. From University of Ibadan, University of Nairobi, University of Pretoria, we thank you for joining. And for those online, if you can just open your screen now so that we see you. Oh, thank you very much. A round of applause for the online. Can you please show us your video? I can see Professor Ayede and everyone. Thank you for joining. Thank you from Nigeria, from Nairobi, from Pretoria, and the students also. Thank you very much for joining us. And we'll continue. On the plenary session will not be virtual, so you have a break of like 1 or 2 hours. And then when we come back here, you will join us again. Thank you very much. Let's wave to them. I'm sure they can see us. So thank you. We're doing a networking online. Thank you very much. So at this point, I'll hand over to Pauline and then we go.
So once again, our online viewers, participants, we don't want to lose you, so we will reconvene after the poster presentation. That will be at around 1:40 p.m. Kenya time. So depending on where you are, please let's reconvene online at 1:40. That I'm told that is 11:40 Nigeria time. It's 12:40 Pretoria time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please we'll go outside for group photograph. Thank you. Yeah. The poster session will be in, let's do the group photograph first, then we direct you to your poster session. Thank you.
that is organized around different activities that include direct scholarships in form of tuition fees, subsistence allowance, and research grants, and network strengthening activities delivered in form of joint annual academic seminars.
Candidates who have the capacity, who have the ability, who have the aptitude and the capacity to actually venture on this research project. So in the way to bring quantity would mean university funding such candidates to be part of the program. And I think that that's what is being added to the system, true funding opportunities.
These annual convenings of all fellowship beneficiaries and their supervisors are intended to provide a platform for capacity strengthening. They also support cohort networking across the partnership in order to reduce isolation among fellows. They are safe spaces for students to present their research plans and the progress of their research projects for constructive feedback and general advice from peers and supervisors.
Doctoral in Public Policy is a program that tries to create a very excellent environment for both students and their supervisors to work to achieve the goal of the program. That is, people with PhDs that can answer to the challenges that will be put before PhDs. And to be able to do that, you need constant interaction to be able to supervise better.
This year's event was organized around combined plenary sessions for both students and supervisors, and in group sessions for students and supervisors.
Then we share examples. We share samples.
There were sessions for students to present their work in progress to the peers and supervisors for constructive feedback. Invited guests also enriched discussions and engagements. For instance, Professor Adigun Abaje, a renowned scholar from the University of Ibadan, delivered a stimulating talk on intergenerational dialogue, while Dr. Jonathan Tumebaze, the first PhD graduate, gave an inspiring speech about his PhD journey.
Being the first graduate is such a deep honor for me to be able to come up and come out as the first graduate of the program. It is such a humbling experience, but also one that speaks very deeply in regards to a place of stewardship, that so much has been invested in me to this point. And I've been very, very fortunate, I must say, to have been mentored by the very best, I can say, right away from my undergrad to my master's and to my PhD. I've had people that have targeted me in a sense that they have identified me and they have poured themselves in me. So that I embody as part of the rich tradition and culture that has gone into me and mentored me to this point of finishing on the program.
FASGA has taken this to a higher level. But we were just interested in sponsoring research, dissertation completion, and then another research at postdoctoral level. What FASGA has done is to say that the policy terrain, the public policy terrain in Africa has been very problematic. And in order to begin to work on the African condition, to make it better, we need to address that policy terrain in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary manner, because at the end of the day, there is no policy matter that you can adequately capture or address from one disciplinary perspective. You must bring all relevant disciplines together, interface them, and enrich their experiences so that they're able to better capture the challenges as well as opportunities that face our continent.
The planned joint annual academic seminar met its objective to create a platform for students and supervisors across the partnership to network, to provide a safe space for students to present their research plans and work in progress for constructive feedback from peers and supervisors. to provide an opportunity for capacity strengthening in research methods, supervision, and pedagogy, to motivate students to provide practical insights in their PhD journey in order to enhance completion rates.
The scholarship made my studying much more easy because with a scholarship, I don't have to worry about, my finances, my tuition fees, or my upkeep whilst studying. So it has been very beneficial in that regard.
By focusing on postgraduates and enhancing the capacity of African postgraduate students, we are seeing it as our responsibility to not just build capacity for Africa to solve Africa's problems, but also to learn, because you come from very different contexts. South Africa is quite diverse. So it is important for us as scholars also to go into this doctoral program, knowing that we are going to learn from our students as much as they are learning from us.
Universal principles. Anyone more? I co-supervise with my co-supervisor together. At times we have been meeting virtually, but now we have met one-on-one where the three of us are able to meet, interact at the same thing, and share more. That is, to me, the most important takeaway.
There were sessions for capacity strengthening for our students. There were sessions for supervision, reflections. Let me say reflections on how we are supervising. This is what this JAS has done, the physical JAS. And I hope that we will be able to continue doing that every year, where we can bring students from students and faculty and probably rotate. This year we are here in Nairobi. Would wish to take it to any of the other two universities, so that at least we have that rotation, and the entire network gets to see that it is not just in Nairobi. This is how Ibadan looks like. This is how Pretoria looks like. So we hope that we'll be able to do that rotation.
Together with our partners, our long-term desired outcome for the joint annual academic seminars is a vibrant community of public policy researchers and practitioners with self-generative capacity for production of successive pool of scholars. Our society operates within a knowledge-based economy, wherein the combination of abundant information and advanced data processing technologies holds a significant influence. Therefore, institutions responsible for generating knowledge, including universities, have assumed a crucial role in today's intricate knowledge economy system. This recognition of the role and place of universities and higher education in economic and social transformation constitutes the central element of the establishment of the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research and our mission of advancing research excellence for governance and public policy in Africa.
I take this opportunity to welcome you on behalf of PASGA and on behalf of the coordinating team that also pairs up as the steering committee for the doctoral in public policy. This event should have happened in 2020. Then we received a visitor. The visitor told us that you have to stay put, do not travel. But come 2023, we have now managed to have this physically.
With a lot of relief and excitement, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research played host to the first physical joint annual academic seminar held from July 18th to 20th of the year 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya. This happened for the first time since the launch of the Collaborative Doctoral in Public Policy DPP program started in 2019. Over 30 DPP students and their supervisors gathered in one place to engage, network, and participate in various capacity strengthening activities.
My journey into research excellence and public policy excellence began in 2015 with the Masters of Research and Public Policy at the University of Lagos. So for me, this was just like a smooth and seamless transition into the doctoral program. This program has helped to teach me about research and policy engagement in not just the theoretical pattern, but in a real life scenarios.
The relationship between the applicant, SMEs for business grant, and the grant donors prior to giving the grant out. After the grant has been given to the awardees, to the grantees, the agency takes over to examine what happens within the principal, which is the grant donor, and the grant recipient, the grantee, which is now the agent.
The Doctoral in Public Policy program is being undertaken by the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research in partnership with the University of Nairobi, University of Ibadan, and University of Pretoria, with the financial support from the Carnegie Corporation of New York.
At the methodology, we are going to use a mixed method approach with the exploratory sequential method, where you are going to go step by step to ensure that we are able to collect data that quite informs our standing. And in terms of data collection, it's also going to go on phases, and they're going to focus on desk review, key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and market sizing.
This JASS program 2023 has really been beneficial to me because I've been able to interact with my supervisors and supervisors from the collaborating universities. And it's really been a learning process. So I've been able to also get to network with others from the other ends, and also to learn what they've been learning, and also to look at life in the PhD life in a different way.
A study by Akuru in 2019 shows that the rate of PhD production on the continent is not commensurate with the available supervisory capacity required to support a growing number of PhD intakes. This challenge is compounded by high PhD dropouts and low completion rates, largely because of high cost of programs on the continent.
So African countries are not yet investing in education. I asked you the question, how many African countries have been able to make up for the 26% required by UNESCO for education funding? No, Nigeria has 6%, 5%. So I think one basic thing is provide adequate funding for education. It's an investment that will bring results much, much later.
My methodology is a work in progress. My preference is to utilize a pragmatic research philosophy.
A research recently concluded by the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research 2023 revealed that only 7% of postgraduate students surveyed in Kenyan universities were able to attend scheduled classes. These challenges demand continued efforts to broaden and deepen the pool of emerging scholars in the social sciences, while at the same time creating an enabling environment for postgraduate studies and research to thrive in similar future shocks.
You are actually feeding into what you're doing in your respective places. Some of you are already working and addressing challenges that you encounter day to day.
I just put to birth 2nd of February this year. I had 2 boys, and so my twins are really, really small. And someone could ask, so why are you in Nairobi? Because of the support I have from my family, my husband said, you must be in Nairobi. Forget about the boys, they'll be fine. And why will he make such commitment and support? Because he knows that the things that I've gained during this program has enhanced even my own work.
Therefore, With the kind of collaboration between the stakeholders, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research administers a fellowship program that is organized around different activities that include direct scholarships in form of tuition fees, subsistence allowance, and research grants, and network strengthening activities delivered in form of joint annual academic seminars.
Candidates who have the capacity, who have the ability, who have the aptitude and the capacity to actually venture on this research project. So in the way to bring quantity would mean university funding such candidates to be part of the program. And I think that that's what PASGA is doing. That's a quantity that is being added to the system through funding opportunities.
These annual convenings of all fellowship beneficiaries and their supervisors are intended to provide a platform for capacity strengthening. They also support cohort networking across the partnership in order to reduce isolation among fellows. They are safe spaces for students to present their research plans and the progress of their research projects for constructive feedback and general advice from peers and supervisors.
Doctoral in Public Policy is a program that tries to create a very excellent environment for both students and their supervisors to work to achieve the goal of the program. That is, there are people with PhDs that can answer to the challenges that will be put before PhDs. And to be able to do that, you need constant interaction to be able to supervise better.
This year's event was organized around combined plenary sessions for both students and supervisors, and in group sessions for students and supervisors.
Then we share examples. We share samples.
There were sessions for students to present their work in progress to the peers and supervisors for constructive feedback. Invited guests also enriched discussions and engagements. For instance, Professor Adigun Abaje, a renowned scholar from University of Ibadan, delivered a stimulating talk on intergenerational dialogue, while Dr. Jonathan Tumebaze, the first PhD graduate, gave an inspiring speech about his PhD journey.
Being the first graduate is such a deep honor for me to be able to come up and come out as the first graduate of the program. It is such a humbling experience, but also one that speaks very deeply in regards to a place of stewardship, that so much has been invested in me to this point. And I've been very, very fortunate, I must say, to have been mentored by the very best, I can say, right away from my undergrad to my master's and to my PhD. I've had people that have targeted me in a sense that they have identified me and they have poured themselves in me. So that I embody as part of the rich tradition and culture that has gone into me and mentored me to this point of finishing on the program.
PASGA has taken this to a higher level. But we were just interested in sponsoring research, dissertation completion, and then another research at postdoctoral level. What PASGA has done is to say that the policy terrain, the public policy terrain in Africa has been very problematic. And in order to begin to work on the African condition, to make it better, we need to address that policy terrain in a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary manner, because at the end of the day, there is no policy matter that you can adequately capture or address from one disciplinary perspective. We must bring all relevant disciplines together, interface them, and enrich their experiences so that they're able to better capture the challenges as well as opportunities that face our continent.
The planned joint annual academic seminar met its objective to create a platform for students and supervisors across the partnership to network, to provide a safe space for students to present their research plans and work in progress for constructive feedback from peers and supervisors, to provide an opportunity for capacity strengthening in research methods, supervision, and pedagogy, to motivate students to provide practical insights in their PhD journey in order to enhance completion rates.
The scholarship made my studying much more easy because with a scholarship, I don't have to worry about, my finances, my tuition fees, or my upkeep whilst studying. So it has been very beneficial in that regard.
By focusing on postgraduates and enhancing the capacity of African postgraduate students, we are seeing it as our responsibility to not just build capacity for Africa to solve Africa's problems, but also to learn, because you come from very different contexts. South Africa is quite diverse. So it is important for us as scholars also to go into this doctoral program, knowing that we are going to learn from our students as much as they are learning from us.
Universal principles. Anyone more? I co-supervise with my co-supervisor together. At times we have been meeting virtually, but now we have met one-on-one where the three of us are able to meet, interact at the same thing and share more. That is to me the most important takeaway.
There were sessions for capacity strengthening for students. There were sessions for supervision, reflections. Let me say reflections on how we are supervising. This is what this JAS has done, the physical JAS. And I hope that we will be able to continue doing that every year, where we can bring students from students and faculty and probably rotate. This year we are here in Nairobi. Would wish to take it to any of the other two universities, so that at least we have that rotation and the entire network gets to see that it is not just in Nairobi. This is how Ibadan looks like. This is how Pretoria looks like. So we hope that we'll be able to do that rotation.
Together with our partners, our long-term desired outcome for the joint annual academic seminars is a vibrant community of public policy researchers and practitioners with self-generative capacity for production of successive pool of scholars.
India on Friday reported 6,050 new COVID-19 cases.
COVID-19 is now quickly spreading across the African continent.
India on Friday reported 6,050 new COVID-19 cases.
COVID-19 is now quickly spreading across the African continent.
Coronavirus 2019, otherwise known as COVID-19, became a global pandemic, threatening the very coexistence of humanity. With close to 7 million deaths and about 1 billion cases, the world was literally brought to its knees. The pandemic quickly ravaged various sectors, having a significant impact on education across the world, with learning institutions, including universities, being forced to close down to prevent the spread of the virus. The closure of universities resulted in significant disruption of teaching and learning activities, which had adverse consequences on students, lecturers, and university administrators. Specific university objectives such as research and knowledge production were not spared. Against this backdrop, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research completed a 2-year project aimed at strengthening equitable access to quality higher education during and beyond COVID-19. With the project now in the final phase of dissemination and policy engagements, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research organized a 2-day national conference in Mombasa Sarova White Sands on 30th and 31st March of 2023.
Somebody wrote me a WhatsApp message that I would like to share with you because it provides one of the 3 contexts for this meeting that I would like to speak about. He wrote and said, I am currently in my 4th year taking Bachelor of Economics. Online studies wasn't working for me, so I traveled to Canada to study cloud technology and information security. That was a student in a university here. When COVID came, he says online studies was not working for him. So he traveled to Canada to pursue some course. So he traveled to Canada to go and look for physical learning. Statement number 1. Statement number 2, and Patricia will know this statement. As part of efforts to establish an open university, one of the critical conversations, Patricia, has been, how do we guarantee people quality? How do we tell people that anybody who goes to an open university is receiving the same quality that they will receive in a local university? Statement number 2. Statement number 3, and Dr. Halima Sado will be alive to this conversation as part of the Presidential Working Party. How do we integrate technology in higher education? Colleagues, those 3 sentences in different contexts provide the rationale for the conversations we are going to have over the next 2 days.
The conference brought together key stakeholders in higher education sector in Kenya to engage with the research findings and undertake policy dialogues around policy recommendations from the research.
We conducted this research in the last 2 years, and we sought to find out how was the higher education sector in the country affected by the pandemic. And we focused on 3 thematic areas. We looked at resourcing for equitable access to higher education. We looked at the postgraduate study and the future of academics. And the third theme was on the opportunities for public-private partnerships.
The convening brought to light the challenges that the higher education sector faced to ensure a continuity in learning amidst COVID-19 pandemic.
My first question to you, before we strengthen, in what direction did access to quality higher education move during the COVID-19 pandemic? Did it move in the positive direction or in the negative direction? And what accounts for that? So we can worry about whether we strengthen or not. So in 2 minutes, if each of you could then just let us know.
Thank you so much, Professor and the other team members. It's a good question for all of us and it's food for thought. And I'm sure each one of us has experiences to talk about. And I can say that the first thing is that even before COVID, we still had issues of access to quality education, quality higher education before COVID. And when COVID came, this was actually, it increased. So I can actually say that one way it moved to the positive direction because the issue of access increased. As you have heard from most of us in the positive direction, it increased. That even people who could not be able to access the quality education were able to do that, especially those who are in the working places. We even had a person who had for many years desiring to defend the proposal, and he was able to do that. And then on the negative is actually as you have seen from that research, is that the access to those gadgets and the internet. So I can actually say it moved the positive and also to the negative. I rest my case.
The conference created a rare platform for stakeholders in the higher education sector to engage with the research findings and recommendations through group works, panel discussions, and presentations.
Going forward, we have to start thinking about how to make sure that universities here can withstand the shocks that might come. Today, this time it was COVID-19. Next time it might be something else. And I think we are seeing that already with the emerging technologies, ChatGPT, for example, which are disrupting the ways in which teaching and learning takes place in the universities. So it is important that we have this particular conversation. And as we think about the policies that we might want to put in place, it is important that we hear what the stakeholders are saying. Stakeholders include the universities who are here, and they also include the researchers, and they also include students. They include everyone who is, involved in higher education sector.
The first part of the study was to look at access. And for our study, we were measuring access by looking at the number of sessions that the students successfully attended and completed. And also we were looking at the kind of tools and platforms that they used. From our analysis, we noted that 47% of the students only attended 50% of all the scheduled classes. Now note that we were asking them in terms of the percentages of
access to quality education, quality higher education before COVID. And when COVID came, this was actually, it increased. So I can actually say that one way it moved to the positive direction because the issue of access increased. As we have heard from most of us, in the positive direction, it increased. But even people who could not be able to access the quality education were able to do that, especially those who are in the working places. We even had a person who had for many years desiring to defend the proposal, and he was able to do that. And then on the negative is actually as you have seen from that research, is that the access to those gadgets and the internet. So I can actually say it moved to the positive and also to the negative. I rest my case.
The conference created a rare platform for stakeholders in the higher education sector to engage with the research findings and recommendations through group works, panel discussions, and presentations.
Going forward, we have to start thinking about how to make sure that universities here can withstand the shocks that might come. Today, this time it was COVID-19, and next time it might be something else. And I think we are seeing that already with the emerging technologies, ChatGPT, for example, which are disrupting the ways in which teaching and learning takes place in the universities. So it is important that we have this particular conversation. And as we think about the policies that we might want to put in place, it is important that we hear what the stakeholders are saying. And stakeholders include the universities who are here, and they also include researchers, and they also include students, include everyone who is, involved in higher education sector.
The first part of the study was to look at access. And for our study, we were measuring access by looking at the number of sessions that the students successfully attended and completed. And also we were looking at the kind of tools and platforms that they used. From our analysis, we noted that 47% of the students only attended 50% of all the scheduled classes. Now note that we were asking them in terms of the percentages of classes that they had attended, and it is only 47% that we noted attended 50%, and only 7% attended all the scheduled classes. So you can see from an access point, as much as online learning was going on, not all the students were able to complete their classes.
In order to cushion the higher education in Africa, and Kenya in particular, against such severe future shocks as was experienced with COVID-19, a generation of critical evidence around how the experienced disruptions was needed.
And as you begin to enjoy the infrastructure, the issues here is that there's very low confidence in assessment, which is a very critical component of postgraduate studies. Because you cannot talk about postgraduate studies without finding out how you assess the capacity of students to be at that level, because it's a level at which now you are beginning to form a scholar. But the presentation has indicated that there's some kind of very low percentages that you look at. So in your respective ways, beginning with Professor the Disruptor, how do you disrupt this low in terms of assessment? Yes, Prof.
We have two reasons for assessing students. We assess them for learning, in order for them to learn, but we also assess their learning. Have they learned? What have they learned? Sometimes we overemphasize assessment of learning at the expense of assessment for learning. At the end of the day, we are interested that the student learns.
Of course, the teaching online is much straightforward with courses which do not require practical classes, but where workshops and laboratories are required, there is some challenge there, but they could do the coursework and then come to do the practicals later, or in a way that the social distance had been or was going to be maintained.
This evidence is relevant in informing policy interventions and programming to cushion the sector in the event of similar disruptions in future.
The emergence of e-learning, and we continue to learn a lot out of it, we realize that we require them to supply these students with gadgets or devices so that they can be able to attend classes. Already, the act is very clear. We are supposed to provide financial intermediation for student requirements. So today they might require a book, tomorrow they require an ebook, the other day they require a laptop, the other day they require bundles. So we are supposed to know where that is supposed to come from. That is explicit from the act.
One of the interesting things for me that has come out is that postgraduate students actually preferred doing online classes. This was especially during the pandemic, which is opposite to what undergraduate students preferred. Because you find that undergraduate students prefer to be their face-to-face, that collegiate environment where they're meeting with their friends. For the postgraduate, the needs are very different because as you're doing your master's and PhD, you're more or less self-driven. You're more or less, it's more or less a more lonely path to take. So the collegiateness and that kind of need is reduced with the postgraduate student.
For you to be able to engage effectively in the virtual platform, you need certain gadgets. You need a phone in the list. This should be a smartphone. You need to have a laptop, which is the best or the ideal infrastructure that you might need. You also need internet and bundles and a seamless internet, an internet that is stable. Now, from our study, we found that most of the students who engage in online learning were not able to have all these things. So from one of the research findings was that less than 50% of the students who engage in online learning were not able to complete and attend all the classes.
Key to this is one, encouraging and enhancing and if possible sustaining public-private partnerships in terms of one, capacity development. Now, in terms of capacity development, we did find out in the research is that some of the resources, especially human resources, were not well prepared to teach during COVID pandemic. For instance, there were cases where some people had actually to take some unpaid leave specifically to stay away so that they not be able to teach.
The other issue that arose, which was also an opportunity, it was a challenge at the beginning, but also an opportunity, this quick transition, you find the faculty as well as the students, they are not really prepared for that. But something has happened that disrupted the norm. And they had to either, someone early on said, like myself, in private universities, you really do not depend on the exchequer. You rely on the students. And so lack of them means you are out of business.
In some instances, it would take a very long duration for these partnerships to be put on paper. With proper collaboration and discussions around this, I'm sure the process can be streamlined in a way that it is able to be more responsive. Because let's say during the COVID duration, if an institution, a private institution would like to bring in technology to a public institution, you might find the process might be really lengthened so that it is not maybe really responsive. So with proper discussions around this, maybe the process to be shortened.
I think the other thing that has come out is that access, especially off campus, requires partnerships. Partnerships with the mobile operators, partnership with technology providers. So there were many types of partnerships that are used to enhance access to quality higher education. And especially there is a partnership that is normally ignored, which is the partnership
in building the capacity of faculty to teach with technology.
I would say we also incorporate the role of research in finding out what is it that is working and what is it that is not working, and how can we then create solutions from the evidence that is available.
One of the policy areas that PASGAR might have to go into properly in terms of research is the issue of public-private partnership. It looks like we are talking about many things coming on board. Infrastructure, ICT infrastructure is not cheap by any standards. Technology is expensive, very, very expensive. And as technology becomes expensive, it behoves us as researchers to ensure that there's a proper mechanism in which the public and the private sector can work together so that there is a proper funding of the policies that can ensure public-private partnership in provision of ICT gadgets and other infrastructure that can in place.
The conference achieved its objective to disseminate research findings and provide a platform to interrogate and deliberate on the evidence and policy recommendations emanating from the research evidence.
One of the things that PASGAR needs to look at is the whole question about financing of higher education. There's been a huge conversation yesterday. How do we finance higher education? Especially how do we finance postgraduate studies? That's a key issue that has come out. The second thing that has come out is the whole question about, so how do we strengthen quality? While it was a topic, I think it's still something that requires to be worked on much more. What's the whole mechanism of quality strengthening? What are the quality assurance mechanisms in light of online training? They need to work on that. I think the last, which is not something to research on, but something to work on, is I think there's been almost unanimous agreement that we require pedagogical training for universities. It is assumed that the moment I become a professor, I know how to teach. Because I have a PhD in law, I know how to teach. This conference, I said, no, you must, it's one thing to have content, it's another to have pedagogy. And PASGAR used to have a program on Plenary, which has all been said by everybody else, extremely useful. So can PASGAR be able to ensure that they partner with the universities, they partner with you in a sustainable manner to be able to support the process of pedagogical training in university? I think that's a huge need and something PASGAR needs to work on.
We were able to look at policy, we were able to interrogate the classroom scenarios in private universities, in public universities, in constituent colleges. We were able to even see from a student point of view what's up as a student.
This study was unique in the sense that it was like a community of practice. Quite a number of people were involved, and the idea was, and I don't know whether we also were influenced by the idea of the African way of doing things, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. We therefore wanted to go as a team on each of the phases of the project that we were involved in, and I think it worked well for us.
Participants drawn from the local higher education stakeholders comprising of Ministry of Education, the Higher Education Regulator, university leadership, the Higher Education Loans Board, researchers, lecturers, students, civil society, and the industry fully represented the true state of affairs as far as higher education during and post-COVID-19 is concerned.
To address these issues, there is a need for public-private partnerships between public institutions, universities, and telecommunication companies. Companies like Safaricom, Telecom, Knet provided affordable data solutions for both students and lecturers. But a policy framework is needed to fully leverage the potential of PPPs in higher education. This will ensure that universities are better prepared for future shocks and that students have access to quality education regardless of their socioeconomic status.
With this, Africa stands a great chance to shape the higher education sector, hence securing the future of the planet.
India on Friday reported 6,050 new COVID-19 cases.
COVID-19 is now quickly spreading across the African continent.
Coronavirus 2019, otherwise known as COVID-19, became a global pandemic, threatening the very coexistence of humanity. With close to 7 million deaths and about 1 billion cases, the world was literally brought to its knees. The pandemic quickly ravaged various sectors, having a significant impact on education across the world, with the learning institutions, including universities, being forced to close down to prevent the spread of the virus. The closure of universities resulted in significant disruption of teaching and learning activities, which had adverse consequences on students, lecturers, and university administrators. Specific university objectives such as research and knowledge production were not spared. Against this backdrop, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research completed a 2-year project aimed at strengthening equitable access to quality higher education during and beyond COVID-19. With the project now in the final phase of dissemination and policy engagements, the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research organized a 2-day national conference in Mombasa Sarova White Sands on 30th and 31st March of 2023.
Somebody wrote me a WhatsApp message that I would like to share with you because it provides one of the 3 contexts for this meeting that I would like to speak about. He wrote and said, I am currently in my 4th year taking Bachelor of Economics. Online studies wasn't working for me. So I traveled to Canada to study cloud technology and information security. That was a student in a university here. When COVID came, he says online studies was not working for him. So he traveled to Canada to pursue some course. So he traveled to Canada to go and look for physical learning. Statement number 1. Statement number 2, and Patricia will know this statement. As part of efforts to establish an open university, one of the critical conversations, Patricia, has been, how do we guarantee people quality? How do we tell people that anybody who goes to an open university is receiving the same quality that they will receive in a local university? Statement number 2. Statement number 3, and Dr. Halima Saado will be alive to this conversation as part of the Presidential Working Party. How do we integrate technology in higher education? Colleagues, those 3 sentences in different contexts provide the rationale for the conversations we are going to have over the next 2 days.
The conference brought together key stakeholders in higher education sector in Kenya to engage with the research findings and undertake policy dialogues around policy recommendations from the research.
We conducted this research in the last 2 years And we sought to find out how was the higher education sector in the country affected by the pandemic. And we focused on 3 thematic areas. We looked at resourcing for equitable access to higher education. We looked at the postgraduate study and the future of academics. And the third theme was on the opportunities for public-private partnerships.
The convening brought to light the challenges that the higher education sector faced to ensure a continuity in learning amidst COVID-19 pandemic.
My first question to you, always strengthen. In what direction did access to quality higher education move during the COVID-19 pandemic? Did it move in the positive direction or in the negative direction? And what accounts for that? So we can worry about whether we strengthen or not. So in 2 minutes, if each of you could then just let us know.
Thank you so much, Professor and the other team members. It's a good question for all of us and it's food for thought. And I'm sure each one of us has experiences to talk about. And I can say that the first thing is that even before COVID, we still had issues of access to quality education, quality higher education before COVID. And when COVID came, this was actually, it increased. So I can actually say that one way it moved to the positive direction because the issue of access increased. As you have heard from most of us in the positive direction, it increased. But even people who could not be able to access the quality education were able to do that, especially those who are in the working places. We even had a person who had for many years desiring to defend the proposal, and he was able to do that. And then on the negative is actually as you have seen from that research, is that the access to those gadgets and the internet. So I can actually say it moved to the positive and also to the negative. I rest my case.
The conference created a rare platform for stakeholders in the higher education sector to engage with the research findings and recommendations through group works, panel discussions, and presentations.
Going forward, we have to start thinking about how to make sure that universities here can withstand the shocks that might come. Today, this time it was COVID-19. Next time it might be something else. And I think we are seeing that already with the emerging technologies, ChatGPT, for example, which are disrupting the ways in which teaching and learning takes place in the universities. So it is important that we have this particular conversation. And as we think about the policies that we might want to put in place, it is important that we hear what the stakeholders are saying. Stakeholders includes the universities who are here, and they also include researchers, and they also include students. They include everyone who is, involved in higher education sector.
The first part of the study was to look at access. And for our study, we were measuring access by looking at the number of sessions that the students successfully attended and completed. And also we were looking at the kind of tools and platforms that they used. From our analysis, we noted that 47% of the students only attended 50% of all the scheduled classes. Now note that we were asking them in terms of the percentages of classes that they had attended. And it is only 47% that we noted attended 50%. And only 7% attended all the scheduled classes. So you can see from an access point, as much as online learning was going on, not all the students were able to complete their classes.
In order to cushion the higher education in Africa, and Kenya in particular, against such severe future shocks as was experienced with COVID-19, a generation of critical evidence around how universities experience disruptions was needed.
And as you begin to enjoy the infrastructure, the issues here is that there's very low confidence in assessment, which is a very critical component of postgraduate studies, because you cannot talk about postgraduate studies without finding out how you assess the capacity of students to be at that level, because this is a level at which now you are beginning to form a scholar. But the presentation has indicated that there's some kind of very low percentages that you look at. So in your respective ways, beginning with Professor, the disruptor, how do you disrupt this low, in terms of assessment? Yes, bro.
We have two reasons for assessing students. We assess them for learning, in order for them to learn, but we also assess their learning. Have they learned? What have they learned? Sometimes we overemphasize assessment of learning at the expense of assessment for learning. At the end of the day, we are interested that the student learns.
Of course, the teaching online is much straightforward with courses which do not require practical classes, but where the workshops and laboratories are required, there is some challenge there, but they could do the coursework and then come to do the practicals later, or in a way that the social distance was going to be maintained.
This evidence is relevant in informing policy interventions and programming to cushion the sector in the event of similar disruptions in future.
The emergence of e-learning, and we continue to learn a lot out of it, we realize that we require then to supply these students with gadgets or devices so that they can be able to attend classes. Already, the Act is very clear. We are supposed to provide financial intermediation for student requirements. So today they might require a book, tomorrow they require an ebook, the other day they require a laptop, the other day they require graduates. So we are supposed to know where that is supposed to come from. That is explicit from the Act.
One of the interesting things for me that has come out is that postgraduate students actually preferred doing online classes. This was especially during the pandemic, which is opposite to what undergraduate students preferred. Because you find that undergraduate students prefer to be their face-to-face, that collegiate environment where they're meeting with their friends. For the postgraduate, the needs are very different because as you're doing your master's and PhD, you're more or less self-driven. You're more or less, it's more or less a more lonely path to take. So the collegiateness and that kind of need is reduced with the postgraduate student.
For you to be able to engage effectively in the virtual platform, you need certain gadgets. You need a phone in the list. This should be a smartphone. You need to have a laptop, which is the best or the ideal infrastructure that you might need. You also need internet and bundles and a seamless internet, an internet that is stable. Now, from our study, we found that most of the students who engage in online learning were not able to have all these things. So from one of the research findings was that less than 50% of the students who engaged in online learning were not able to complete and attend all the classes.
Key to this is one, encouraging and enhancing and if possible sustaining public-private partnerships in terms of one, capacity development. Now, in terms of capacity development, we did find out in the research is that some of the resources, especially human resources, were not well prepared to teach during COVID pandemic. For instance, there were cases where some people had actually to take some unpaid leave specifically to stay away so that they not be able to teach.
The other issue that arose, which was also an opportunity, it was a challenge at the beginning, but also an opportunity, this quick transition, you find the faculty as well as the students, they are not really prepared for that. But something has happened that disrupted the norm. And they had to either, someone early on said, like myself, in private universities, you really do not depend on the exchequer. You rely on the student. So lack of them means you are out of business.
In some instances, it would take a very long duration for these partnerships to be put on paper. With proper collaboration and discussions around this, I'm sure the process can be streamlined in a way that it is able to be more responsive, because let's say during the COVID duration, if an institution, a private institution would like to bring in technology to a public institution, you might find the process might be really lengthened so that it is not maybe really responsive. So with proper discussions around this, maybe the process to be shortened.
I think the other thing that has come out is that access, especially off campus, requires partnerships. Partnerships with the mobile operators, partnership with technology providers. So there were many types of partnerships that are used to enhance access to quality higher education. And especially there is a partnership that is normally ignored, which is the partnership in building the capacity of faculty to teach with technology.
I would say we also incorporate the role of research in finding out what is it that is working and what is it that is not working, and how can we then create solutions from the evidence that is available.
One of the policy areas that PASGAR might have to go into properly in terms of research is the issue of public-private partnership. It looks like we are talking about many things coming on board. Infrastructure, ICT infrastructure is not cheap by any standards. Technology is expensive, very, very expensive. And as technology becomes expensive, it behoves us as researchers to ensure that there's a proper mechanism in which the public and the private sector can work together so that there is a proper funding of the policies that can ensure public-private partnership in provision of ICT gadgets and other infrastructure that can in place.
The conference achieved its objective to disseminate research findings and provide a platform to interrogate and deliberate on the evidence and policy recommendations emanating from the research evidence.
One of the things that PASGAR needs to look at is the whole question about financing of higher education. There's been a huge conversation yesterday. How do we finance higher education, especially how do we finance postgraduate studies? That's a key issue that has come out. The second thing that has come out is the whole question about, so how do we strengthen quality? While it was a topic, I think it's still something that requires to be worked on much more. What's the whole mechanism of quality strengthening? What are the quality assurance mechanisms in light of online training? They need to work on that. I think the last, which is not something to research on, but something to work on, is I think there's been almost unanimous agreement that we require pedagogical training for universities. It is assumed that the moment I become a professor, I know how to teach. Because I have a PhD in law, I know how to teach. This conference, I said, no, you must, it's one thing to have content, it's another to have pedagogy. And PASGAR used to have a program on pedagogy, which has all been said by everybody else, extremely useful. So can PASGAR be able to ensure that they partner with the universities, they partner with you in a sustainable manner to be able to support the process of pedagogical training in university? I think that's a huge need and something PASGAR needs to work on.
We were able to look at policy, we were able to interrogate the classroom scenarios in private universities, in public universities, in constituent colleges. We were able to even see from a student point of view what's up as a student.
This study was unique in the sense that it was like a community of practice. Quite a number of people were involved, and the idea was, and I don't know whether we also were influenced by the idea of the African way of doing things, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. We therefore wanted to go as a team on each of the phases of the project that we were involved in, and I think it worked well for us.
Participants drawn from the local higher education stakeholders comprising of Ministry of Education, the Higher Education Regulator, university leadership, the Higher Education Loans Board, researchers, lecturers, students, civil society, and the industry fully represented the true state of affairs as far as higher education during and post-COVID-19 is concerned.
To address these issues, there is a need for public-private partnerships between public institutions, universities, and telecommunication companies. Companies like Safaricom, Telecom, Knet provided affordable data solutions for both students and lecturers. But a policy framework is needed to fully leverage the potential of PPPs in higher education. This will ensure that universities are better prepared for future shocks and that students have access to quality education regardless of their socioeconomic status.
With this, Africa stands a great chance to shape the higher education sector, hence securing the future of the planet.
So, welcome back, everyone. And thank you for keeping to time. I'm sure we're some minutes late, but we'll try. Now, this time we are going to get feedback of the poster presentation, and I have Professor Adebimpe and Prof. Phillips handling this session. Please, can you come forward? Thank you. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe we need this bado because I think we have eaten too much. Please, can we rise up and do? I don't know which one is bad. Bad, bado. Oh yeah, can we do it? So we do it about 3 times so that I think we should also try and when we say down, let's go down a bit. Do you understand? Yes. Bado down. Let's go down. Let's go down. Can we do that? Yeah. Can we say bad? Bado. Can we have it once more? Bado. Once more. Bado. Thank you very much. You can be seated. Thank you. Yes, our task is not difficult. It's just for us to invite one student and one lecturer from each group, and we get feedback from your group. So can we have group 1? Who is the student representing group 1? Where are the group 1 members? Okay, you have 3 minutes. Then who is the lecturer representing group 1? The students and the lecturer, the student. Can we have the student? The students, you have 3 minutes. Where are group 1 members? Are you ready? Okay, can we have group 2? Yes. Group 1, okay. 3 minutes, the feedback, then the lecturer will give us feedback for 5 minutes. The student, you have strictly 3 minutes. Okay, can we do that? Okay, then let's have the student for group 1. Okay, just 3 minutes, strictly 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, as a student, I would really like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. It was an opportunity to learn. I liked how lecturers from various fields, we had experts in methodology, we had experts in economics, we had lecturers from various fields, having the opportunity to be able to comment on your work, and it was an opportunity to learn. And I know that many of the things that we as students we have gotten from the lecturers, when we incorporate them into our works, it will be works that will fly. It will be works that will be worth reading. It will be works that will be recognized. So it was really, I enjoyed it. It was really insightful. Thank you. I should talk about my own presentation. Oh, okay. Well, from my presentation, I learned how to. Oh, okay. I'm working on urban renewal and its socioeconomic costs and the impact on market women within gentrified cities in northwest and southwestern Nigeria. So I learned how to narrow down my topic, because the lecturers talked about how generalized the topic was. So I was able to streamline it. I learned some things about methodology. I learned about the problem statement, and a particular lecturer taught me how to make assumptions based on the 3 study areas, how to ensure that I identify the individual differences between the 3 study areas within my focus. So it was very insightful. Thank you very much, Ma.
Thank you very much. My name is Akim Lawan from the University of Ibadan. Now, I want to thank the organizers of this program for the opportunity. I really appreciate this. And the session was quite very revealing. It was very educative as well. We were about 6 students on that session, but 4 of us were physically present. The other 2 joined virtually. And during the session, we were able to, it was an eye-opener on some of the things we thought were really not important, but our lecturers were able to call our attentions to important aspects of the study which we need to take into consideration, especially on the methodology and the area of our study area. For instance, in my own case, my topic is the context of gender-based violence and discrimination against men in Lagos State, Nigeria. And I was informed about how to work on my case study as a way of, how to do my study population and as a way of making the work a very rich one. It was quite revealing and quite educating as well. So I really appreciate the lecturers for being on ground for us. And also I want to thank Pascal especially for taking very good care of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have group 3? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Rodney Asila. I'm from the University of Pretoria. Well, as my colleagues have started, first of all, we thank the conveners of this wonderful seminar, and we hope that as we go forth, we'll continue to learn. So from group 3, we had a wonderful interaction between our lecturers and my student, my fellow cohort students as well. We had a very energetic and robust back and forth, feedback sessions from our work put together. One of the things that I actually found interesting in our group was that how personal experience can actually shape, what pursuit you can actually focus on as your PhD study. And as we went on with the back and forth, we learned a lot about narrowing your issue, as someone has mentioned. Focus on the issue, like identifying what the actual problem statement is, because you will realize that there are many a times we have disconnects between our topics, our problem statements, and the objectives. So one of the things that actually came up was how to properly mainstream. They all speak to each other. While we are not necessarily saying they should be the exact same wording, but that they should actually complement each other in how you should organize them. Another thing that we talked about is we should be very clear on how our work, on how what we are writing on our area of focus, how it actually contributes to the field. Are you contributing to the gap from a methodological perspective? Are you contributing to it through theory? Are you contributing it, from simply adding to literature as well? And very many other ways in which we can contribute to the gap. So as we focus on writing our thesis at whatever stage we are in, those are some of the key considerations that we have to factor in. Maybe one last one. Maybe one last one was the issue of contextualizing our studies. We should learn to situate our studies in the broader field of literature and in the broader field of what we are trying to respond to in the environment around us. Thank you so much.
Group 4. Group 4. Group 4.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Like for us on our group, the major takeaways have largely been what my colleagues have talked about. But the other thing that caught my attention is, and something that we usually take for granted is, they even taught us how to make a presentation. You have to present to the audience. you don't have to, word for word referring to what you have written. The other thing that has already been talked about, but I just want to make emphasis on, is the fact that I think most of us, or all of us, had issues articulating our problem statements. And the one of the faculty members that we have, who also happens to be from my institution, says that you should be able to make a problem statement in one sentence. So usually when you are trying to ramble around, jumping through hoops and traps, it shows that you have challenges articulating your problem statement. The other thing that caught my attention was data sources, data issues. The professors that we had were able actually to catch some of us out to say, with the kind of data that you are trying to use in your study, you're going to face this and this kind of challenges. So make sure that you address this before you move any further. Lastly, but not least, has already been talked about, is about narrowing down the topic, because if it is broad, as some of our topics were, it will be very hard to make any meaningful analysis on whatever we want to study. So this is what I was able to get from the session that we had. Thank you so much.
Please, can we have group 5? Ibadan seems to be popular here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charles Akigwe. What? I thought I'm...
Good afternoon. My name is Olusegun Elemo from University of Ibadan. I think that generally in our own group, it was a learning experience. I mean, it goes to further emphasize that our professors, have significant experience, and they obviously know what they're doing. They were able to see through our poster into the work itself. And in some cases, they made inputs into the topics and then into the methodologies that are being proposed, and also were able to point out possible challenges that we might occur in implementing the work itself. And I'll use my, as example, my topic, even though my supervisor already made significant inputs in the topic, much of that was re-echoed by the professors in our group. And more particularly is that they requested that I take something, particular phrase out of the topic so I don't preempt the direction of the work. So that stood out for me. And then again, is that one of the professors, while acknowledging the feasibility of the work, also mentioned that I need to look into how much of literature, have been done in relation to my topic. So I think generally it was a good experience for us, and we thank the professors for mentoring us in that session. Thank you.
I'll hand over the lecturer section, the faculty session, to Professor Philip. Professor Philip? And we have 3 minutes too. We are out of time. 3 minutes per group. And anybody from the group, any faculty from the group could take that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so let us hear from the lecturer from group 1. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Solomon Oche from the University of Nairobi. And let me simply begin by complimenting those who are able to present their work. I loved their coherence and flow, and it simply showed ownership. Beyond that, we talked about issues of ethics, where you find you work for the organization or institution that you are actually studying. How do you detach yourself from that particular organization with a view to objectivity? We also noted that some topics are not clearly telling us which area you are actually focusing on. This is a policy-driven PhD program. So your topic must evolve from that. We have to say that we also focused on the topic being very clear in terms of the independent and the dependent variable. What is your X, and how does this X explain the Y variable? And we found out that all the topics that were presented before us were clear in this manner. So the only thing that the candidates need to do is to sharpen the topic by removing ambiguities in the topic. When it comes to operationalization of key concepts, not very well performed, because you find the key indicators, the measurable indicators, were usually fuzzy or vague. So there is need to sharpen that. Methodology was the weakest. There appears to be a song. I will be using mixed, without you actually telling us what is this thing, this animal that you're referring to as mixed. And the answer was so rehearsed. I will be talking about qualitative and quantitative, without really telling us how do you mean. So we gave all of them homework. Go and read more based on what we provided for a better way forward. And then lastly, I'll simply say that there's still a lot to be done. But let me encourage all of us, it is possible. And with determination, all of you can graduate within 1 or 2 years because of the quality of your work. And we wish you the best. Thank you.
Okay, now let us hear from the second, anybody from group 2? Hmm?
Thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Dr. George Katete from the University of Nairobi. I was the rapporteur of Group 2, and in Group 2, we found that all the proposals there were really, addressing the policy areas and are of interest in the research and also for knowledge. And therefore, we really encourage the students to proceed with them in that line. However, there were, a few gaps here and there, which the professors there and also some of the students were able to point out on. But I want just to give general observations. There's a feeling that some of the topics are so wordy, too long. And students were advised to ensure that they summarize their topic without losing the variables. So the variables still must be there, but you don't have to tell a long story in the topic, in the title itself. The background information in some of the proposals are scanty. They still do not really tell us much about background information about the policy arena, and there could be some citations here and there that really need also to be factored in. And we were thinking that students should not, they know these things, yes, but what of the reader? So the reader need really to also be informed about where you're coming from. In some of these proposals, there is need really to look into public policy implications. The implications in the sense that your research, how do they strengthen the existing policy, or what kind of corrective measures will you prefer? Is something that should really be looked into. I think some of us were seeing that there are gaps in that area. The theories that were used, some of the theories really need to be looked into. Two levels. One, the assumptions, do they really resonate with the topic? If you have a main theory, is it going really to enable you explain, give some explanations about the issue area that you are dealing with? And if there are gaps, which one is the complementary theory? I think some are presented two theories, but without knowledge, what really does the second theory add? So that we don't just package theories, but we know what are the central role of theories in the research. And I think there was also, and this is more particular to another presentation, which I think generates a lot of discussion about food security. In the area of food security, I think, and I like the professor's phrase, if you're talking about public-private partnership, and what is the role of the private sector in all this? Are they taking away food, Prof? Are they taking away food from the table, or are they adding food? What really, are they the source of the problem, or are they going to be a solution to the problem? And I think this also comes from the background that seed sovereignty. So
Thank you very much. Group number 5. The last one. Yes. Yes, Professor.
Yeah, good afternoon, all. So I represent group number 5. We noticed some of the problems, challenges that the other groups have noticed. And but we tried to advise the students to be focused on the problem of their thesis and bring out the element that will make their work, something novel, such that when they are, like Prof. Natasha told us this point, that she's always proud of her work, that they can be proud of the work they produce eventually. We identify that the problem with most, by the way, most of the works we look at today, all of the works that we look at are pre-filled, are the pre-filled stage. They have not gone to field yet. And it is understandable that they have the kind of challenges that they have, because they will still be looking at them as they go on. We try to ask the students to review their topics in conjunction with their supervisors, and then straight problems and make sure that the objectives are in tandem with the topics and the statement of the problem they have stated in their work. We also ask that they review literature that are in tune with the topics that they have chosen to work on. But above all and overall generally, the posters are beautiful, and all the participants, all the candidates presented very well. Thank you.
I think that's the end, but I will be very un-African if I don't take advantage of my position to also give one comment also. Now, there's only one, there are many things which everybody else could actually say, but I'll choose only one, which I think is a general problem. Even when you read the current literature, current articles which people are writing on public policy, and I could also say it here, that your degree program is on research and public policy. There's a reason why it is not PhD in sociology, a reason why it is not PhD in economics, why it is PhD in research and public policy, which means therefore that public policy should be ubiquitous all through, from introduction, from background to the study, to objectives, to hypothesis, to methodology, and everything else. So what we are saying is that we need to re-emphasize the scholars in this area that public policy is a field on its own with its core theories, core literature, core scholarship. The fact that it's multidisciplinary does not mean that there's no field called public policy. Multidisciplinarity, as we know, as that there's been really misused. Because when you write your proposal, we want to see your literature review. Are you reviewing core literature in public policy in your area? In your theories, there's no reason why we should teach you coursework with titles like theoretical perspective of foreign policy and all those things. And then when you are now writing your thesis, you now want to come up with a theory in economics, because there are also people. Each topic that you choose can be written on by economists, by sociologists. But what makes it public policy, is the theories, literature, and all those. So that is what really I wanted to say. I would have said much more, but I was told I've only how many?
Yeah, okay. That one section is all ready.
All right, thank you. Please, a round of applause to the facilitator for this session. Thank you. I know that we are trying to keep to time, and we go to the next session, which is communicating research finding to different audiences. If you need tea break, it's going to be a walking tea break so that we combine this session with the afternoon tea break. So if you want to take tea or snacks, just go out, take it, and come back inside, which I don't think anybody wants to do now.
I was hoping we'll be given a minute to also provide feedback from the floor. So allow me to just give one feedback. Where is Professor Kamar? There she is. It was very good work that we saw, but we also took note of the fact that this is pretty much work in progress, and some of you are doing posters for the first time. So a lot needs to be done on how you prepare good posters. Because if you don't do that and you go to a conference, you will find that people will avoid your poster because it's not communicating. So the challenge is on you to go and find out how you do marketable, to use the word, poster, the poster that will draw people to it so that you can talk about your work. Remember, it's all about talking about your work. And that now takes me into this session. We want to know how to communicate to different audiences. And a poster is one of them, and that is why it is very important that you're able to communicate. So I had prepared a PowerPoint and it doesn't seem to work. Yeah, okay, fine. So we reached out to all of you and asked you to tell us what you wanted, what you expected in all the different sessions. So this particular session, we got different ideas. There are some of you who said you wanted communicating research findings to different audiences, to policy making process. Some of you wanted platforms or tools of communication. In some cases, we call them tools of engagement, using visual aids and storytelling techniques, the art of making presentations, stroke workshop research presentations, how you translate complex research findings into clear and impactful message, how you write policy briefs, and such kind of suggestions. And all of these really talk to what I want to say. Some of them really goes to a session that we'll have, I think, tomorrow, like how you do workshop presentations. So this session is specifically going to address the issue of how we communicate to different audiences, and more importantly, to policy actors. And the reason being that we are all policy researchers. And most of the people that we will find ourselves communicating to are policy actors. That does not mean that you'll not be communicating to your community, the community of researchers. And that is why later on we will know how we communicate to that community. For this particular session, I will quickly take you through some of the things that we at PASGA pay attention to, because we find ourselves all the time communicating to that space. So, and why are we interested in this, or why are we concerned about how we communicate to the policy actors? You see a cartoon here, I don't know whether you can see it clearly, but here is the policy actor, PAMSEC, who has received some work from a researcher, and he's telling the researcher that I'd like you to come back with that 3-year study summarized in 6 bullet points in PowerPoint. That is where we find ourselves. Because can you imagine the amount of work and that huge book, the book that Professor Natasha talked about? Yeah, mine, I think it was like 300 pages, 3-year work. You're being told, can you condense it to a format, a message that can be communicated to somebody who does not understand those theories? But whatever you are doing is of paramount importance to that particular person. So we always struggle with how to make it short, simple, and direct. The other challenge that we find ourselves with is that quite often we are communicating to people who do not have time. And therefore, they're expecting brief messages. There's also another side to that. You may just get those very brief windows of opportunity, and they come very suddenly. We will talk about that. So, at PASGA, we have looked out for tools and strategies that others like us use to communicate in a clear manner, in a concise and profound manner. I need help. My computer is so far. Just turn it, please. So I will be talking about some of the things that you need to bear in mind. The first one that you need to know when you have your work that needs to be communicated is that you must know your audience. That is always the first thing that you have to know. As they help me get sorted, we need to know who are our audiences, what are their interests, what are their levels, what kind of messages they're expecting from us. So you need to really understand your message, your audience. And there are tools that we use to do that. I had suggested a simple matrix that you can use to map. You can choose to map your audiences against the outputs that you are sharing and what you're expecting. Are we there, please? As we are waiting for it to be sorted out, who among you has found themselves communicating or being asked to communicate to an audience that is not a research community? Let me see. Okay. Would you like to briefly tell us what you did or what it was, who it was?
Before we go on, am I talking about an instance where I was trying to give policy information to people who may not be researchers? Not necessarily. Okay, on Thursday, we had protests in Nairobi, which of course I attended. And you know, taxation affects everyone, so we cannot restrict it to a certain generation. No, millennial. As long as it's taxation, I have an interest. So while going home, we get into a discussion, or rather, there were some people who are discussing the protests. And so 2 of them were saying that they don't understand what the Gen Zs are doing on the streets. And then the other woman was defending the Gen Z position and saying that she understands what they are doing on the street. So what happened, I kept quiet, I was getting agitated, and then I just found myself spouting policy information, but trying to relate what the issues are to these people in the matatu. So trying to explain that the finance bill is removing money for, is cutting the allocation for health and for education, yet funding for unconstitutional offices has not been touched. And this is one of the issues that is taking the Gen Z that formed the protests, trying to explain the issue of healthcare and the funding of healthcare that has been reduced, and explaining the impact of removing funding of healthcare, funding of maternity, of maternity care, and its impact on society. What will happen if we do not have, because the previous policy was that women could go to, immediately they realize they're pregnant, they're immediately signed on to it's called the Linda Mama policy, protect the mother. So at the end of the process, during labor, they are only charged around between 20 shillings. 20 shillings is what, 1 rand, 2 rand for delivery. Now, if you remove this process, remove this funding, and someone has to do a cesarean section, how many people are being disenfranchised because you're removing funding? So that's what I was trying to explain to these people.
I think that is very important, because what do you pick from there? Okay, I believe you're not researching. Were you researching on that, on physical policy? Perhaps not, but just imagine she was. She gets a sudden opportunity to communicate a policy issue to people who don't understand whatever research that has to do with the budgets. So that is exactly what we are talking about, and it's good that I got that opportunity so that we can get a feel of what it is that we are talking about when we talk about communicating to different audiences, and how sometimes you just find yourself with that rare opportunity to communicate. So please turn to the next slide. Yes, the next. Yeah, this is an example of a matrix, and there are many out there that you start mapping your audiences. So you can start from the public. Yours was the public. You can go to influencers. Sometimes we call them policy champions. And then you can go to policy actors. Some of them could be the decision makers. And on the other side, the vertical side, you have the different levels of the outcomes that you expect. In some cases, it could be awareness. In her case, what do you think? Where do you think people were? Or what was she trying to create? I believe it was awareness, isn't it? Then there could be a will. You want, some sort of advocacy. And then the other one, you want action. And where I really want you to pay attention to is the extreme spot, policy action, where you have the policy actors and you want to drive them to action using your message. So this is one of the many tools that you can have. Can we go to the next slide, please? The other thing that I want us to know, and by the way, what I'm trying to do is just to introduce you, because we don't have time to get into the depths of this. And the expectation here is that out of this, you will use this to go deep. Go and find out some of these examples that we are throwing out. So what I want to introduce you to is a tool that we use. It's called a message box. A message box is a tool that helps you to distill the messages. You can imagine, like in her case, she just had how many minutes? I don't know how much time you had in that matatu, but you had to quickly, in your mental, I imagine all this was happening in your mental setup, to distill what you know and communicate to this group of audience. So a message box is one of the tools that we use. And by the way, you can use it for many other things. But for this particular case, it tells you what is the issue. In her case, there was the issue of the finance bill. What is the problem? She quickly articulated the problem with that bill and what it is going to do. The other one was, so what? Why does it matter? She's given us the example of the expectant mothers. We've not had a problem with expectant, even the mortality, child mortality rate has had gone down, isn't it? Because the mother is taken care of right from the time she discovers she's expecting. She's able to go all the way to delivery. And everybody should be concerned. And that is what she tried to tell these, were they ladies? She was trying to explain, why does it matter? Why should it matter to us? The other one is the solution. Yeah. I suppose she had already done the research and she has solutions or policy recommendations. So then you start looking at that and clearly articulating it. And then the benefits. So how does the message box look like? Next slide, please. This is how the message box looks like. It's a very simple tool. And you can take it through a process of iteration until you get the message, but it helps you be very concise. So you have the audience, always have the audience so that you know who it is that you are focusing on. Then at the middle, at the center, you have the issue, that policy issue. And then the problem, what is the problem that is concerning you? And then the so what question, why does it matter? The solution would be coming from your research findings, and then the benefits. It is that simple, but when you do it the first time, of course, you will be so crowded, so it will be very, very heavy, but you keep refining it. And let's see at the most refined message box with an example of some study that had been done. The next slide, please. So I picked this example about global overfishing. So if you look at it, we have the audience is the international media in this case. And the so what question is that overfishing, global overfishing, threatens the survival of sensitive species, the viability of fishing, and the functioning of the ocean ecosystem. That is the so what. This is perhaps done by an ecology researcher. Sorry, the problem, we start with the problem. The overfishing has removed 90% of large fish globally. The so what is what I have just said. And the solution from the study is that fishing pressure needs to be reduced by reducing quotas, modifying fishing gear, and implementing reserves. Okay, this is from the study findings. And what will, if you do that, what will you end up with? What are the benefits? The predatory fish need to be better protected to maintain the economic and ecological value. So this is one of the examples. Like I've said, if you go to the internet, I'm sure you will get different examples. And then you can start looking at your work and mapping it. When you do it this way, you find it is so easy to communicate. If you had done something like this, you probably would have been more clear in your communication, right? So let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So I want to introduce you to the various tools of communication. Some of them we've used at PASGA, but others we know exist. There are many. We have the elevator pitch, we have newsletters, we have policy briefs. Sometimes we use technical briefs. We have op-eds. Who doesn't know what an op-ed is? You all know what op-eds are, isn't it? I see some of our professors here in Kenya very active in the newspapers, communicating to the audiences, to the public. We have blogs, we have social media, we have infotainment. Who is familiar with infotainment? Good. Eva, who else? Yeah. Recently, we were communicating some research findings on youth. And we started the dissemination with a skit. Infotainments can be in form of a skit. Some youth demonstrated what they go through in a skit. And immediately they did it. It's like the whole work had been disseminated. It was so effective to the extent that we didn't need to continue with that workshop. Of course we did, but the message had been communicated. A very powerful way of communicating, particularly to people who are so removed from the hardcore research. Storytelling is almost the same. Interviews, we have media interviews, and we have seen that work. And I know most of you, particularly our academics, have participated in media interviews. Of course, we have frequently asked questions. Yeah, so these are some of the examples we have used. I'll just pick two of them. And then later on, if time allows, I can get into the website, PASGA website, and I can show you some of the examples that we've used. So next slide, please. I want to introduce you to a form of elevator pitch. I believe we all know what an elevator pitch is, right? Can you imagine that chance encounter with a policy actor or a decision maker, say perhaps a cabinet secretary who would benefit from your work? It's a chance encounter. And this person does not have time. Yeah, maybe you just spotted that person in a crowd on an evening, maybe, what do you call this? You know, you've been invited perhaps by this British High Commission. They always like inviting people to so many receptions in the evening. So you are there representing your organization, but you know you have this research that you have done and you spot that policymaker. Chance encounter doesn't have much time, maybe has only 2 minutes. You have to quickly distill your message in a language that they will understand. They will quickly understand. And that is why we have the elevator pitch. You know, the elevator, it's moving so fast between the floors, isn't it? So sometimes it can only take, you only have 1 minute. That is why they are called elevator pitches. So I want to introduce you to an example of an elevator pitch that would help you, because I want you to go to the internet and listen to as many as you can. It's called 3-minute thesis or 3MT. It's a form of competition. I think it was introduced by a university in Australia, I think. And it challenges graduate students to present a compelling oration of their thesis and its significance in 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, using appropriate language that non-technical or specialist audiences could understand. So let's try to see one that I got. Yeah. How much do you get? 5 minutes. Yeah. My team, you're letting me down. Or is it the technology? I really want us to watch this one.
Holland here. Overland. This stupid guy said this. You know, keep fine. Thank you.
Please bear with us. Okay. This is surely not what I had in mind. But it's a beautiful formation, isn't it? Any hope, Elijah? Stella, we have to look up. That's what we were told.
I was always seen as different as a man.
Okay, I think we can just skip it, and I will encourage every one of us to go to the internet. There are so many examples. Please pay attention to those examples. Help you be able to distill your message. Okay, in just 3 minutes, in a language that anybody, including your grandmother, would understand. So let's skip that and go to the next slide. We are almost there. I didn't realize it was this difficult. Yeah? It shouldn't be difficult. Yeah. Maybe we can get the audience engaged. Who has had to do an elevator pitch? Anyone? We learn from each other as they are helping us. Oh, there we are. Yeah. Okay. So I believe somewhere in your programs, you will encounter policy briefs if you haven't encountered yet. So the key thing to point here is that it helps us to present our policy recommendations, especially to the policymakers. And the aim is to capture their attention. They are not too long, mainly 2 to 4 pages. Let's, next slide, please. We can skip this. Actually, I would like us to skip all this and go to the PASGA website, Elijah, so that we give some of the examples of what we do. We will share the PowerPoint. Oh yeah, I think we can stop here first. The structure of a policy brief, you need an introduction. And the introduction, as you can see, it presents the problem. And then you go to the body, is what is already known. That is where you are presenting your work, your findings, yes? And then the conclusion presents the policy recommendations and also areas of further work. That is basically the structure of a policy brief. Next slide. These are some of the tips of making your communication better, stand out. So you've got to keep it focused. Next slide. Yeah, you've got to keep it also short and simple. How you do this is that you have to achieve clarity. It has to be concise. We gave an example here of 2 messages. One is verbose, and the other one is just a sentence of how you can achieve clarity. So you can say the first example is the participation, desire, and desirability of women in Ghanaian politics have generated heated debates over the years and still continue to divide opinions across different platforms. When we are writing our thesis, we are encouraged to nuance our arguments, isn't it? That's what our professors tell us. Nuance your argument, have an argument. And this is an argument, but this is of no use to that policy actor or policy maker. What would be useful is you just get to the point. Women's participation in politics is a divisive issue in Ghana. You've communicated. But obviously, when you write this to your professor, you'll be marked down. Next. To note here is that visuals are very key. Visuals communicate more than the narratives. Next. I think this is obvious. So go to the next, please. Next slide. The next slide as well. Yes, I want us to go to briefly show you some of the examples we've used in PASGA. Elijah, if you could go to where we have our policy briefs. So we see a few of them. I didn't expect this. Technology is supposed to be fast, isn't it? Surely there is a problem. I think the connectivity dropped at some stage. Did you notice? Yes, yeah. But also the connectivity is weak. Yeah. No, I can see Elijah shaking. Yeah. Okay, I think we can still achieve this if we do it individually. If you go to PASGA website, that is our website, you go to where we have resources and then publications. There you will find a good number of policy briefs. You will see how we have blended short messages, graphics, policy recommendations, how we have maintained the 4-page and how we've communicated. Some of our policy briefs have been very, very impactful. You will also see there that we have blogs. We do a lot of blogs. Even this activity, we did a pre-blog. I think it's been uploaded. Other things we use LinkedIn, we use Twitter, X. So we use the social media. We've also seen the effectiveness of media interviews. Some of our dissemination meetings, we invite the media, and sometimes we even go on air just to communicate some of our key messages. And the work that we've been doing has gained traction. I'll give you an example of the work that I talked about, the youth work. We've been able to attract so many policymakers just to come and see what our findings are showing. We talked about 49% of youth across 7 African countries want to get into an entrepreneurship. That caught attention of the policymakers, and the questions they were asking is how prepared are these people? In fact, it happened just before the nationwide protest by the young people. And the messages they were talking about are what we had already seen in our study. So it is very important that you're able to communicate your findings using the right approaches. I must apologize, but we will be able to share the slides, and you can use some of the suggestions we have shared with you so that you can start working on them. Remember, I was telling somebody that ours is just to introduce you to the ideas, but you have to go and do the hard work of trying to understand what it is. Yeah. So I think I will end my presentation here and wish you the best. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I'm sure you will get the links, and thank you, Pauline, for that beautiful presentation. Sometimes you think technology will just be like the click of your hand, but so we're going to the last session for today. And we have Dr. Stella talk to us from the perspective of an editor on conference presentation, journal article publication. She will be talking with Tiana. So please let's welcome Dr. Stella.
Icebreaker. Good afternoon. So yes, I've been introduced. I'm Dr. Stella Lubinga, University of Pretoria, and this is my colleague, Prof. Plenary. And I'm not the editor here, so point of correction there. Prof. Masia is. So maybe before we start the session, because it's afternoon, everyone seems so tired, exhausted, and I can't do the ba and the badu, but for the supervisors, I mean, we're talking about conference presentations. How many can honestly say have designed their conference presentations 2 weeks before the conference? That's a lie. And how many that are sitting in this room have never had a rejection? That is a paper rejection. Everyone gets it. No, why I'm asking these questions is to tell the students that, look here, we still get rejections. And we continue to persist. And we get comments that we don't like that much. So I don't know in the audience if anyone can share that comment that still sticks with you for your paper that you submitted, and the reviewer just gave you that comment that still sticks with you up to now. Anyone?
There is nothing new.
Amen to that. Anyone else? Yes, Busari? Yeah.
Okay, so this is it. Sorry, I just got it, and it says, yeah, sorry. It's a love letter. You like to, initially you want to like, why? But later you get used to them. Can't. Okay, it just said, yeah, because they are not interested in international politics, that my paper will be rejected.
So international politics doesn't matter to them.
Thank you. I've received numerous rejection. I can't count. Luckily, the rejection, they push me to submit elsewhere and I get accepted. So I'm used to it.
Yes. So I hope the students are taking notes.
From August 7, dear Dr. Kudus, reject without review. Thank you for your recent submission to International Journal of Care and Caring. We have read your paper carefully and believe that it is unlikely to get through the reviewing process.
And you complain about the supervisor's feedback.
Thank you. The only comment I got was, take it to an African journal.
Any other comments? So when you listen to those, you know what's happening, right? Publishing is not easy, and yet we have people in the room with 1,000 citations plus, 500 plus, and they still get rejected. So what does it mean to you? A good PhD is a done PhD, and you get comments and you need to take them, and it's not the end of the world. I had a rejection where they told me the paper will never see the day and light, but it's published and it's referenced. So these things do happen. It's something that we need to get used to. And about the conference preparations, when I asked how many prepare their slides 2 weeks before, you saw a few hands, none. Don't do what we do. Do what we say. So You're not yet at that level where you're going to do conference presentation slides on the flight. It won't happen. You saw it with the poster presentations. You don't wait for last minute. So I will leave Prof. Masia to start off the session, and then I'll conclude with a few aspects that we include in a paper. But remember, when you sit in a room with academics, we all think differently. We call ourselves academics. We love co-production and co-creation, but we have different ideas. So don't take mine or what we're saying to heart, because we are different and your supervisor's perspectives will also differ. And then it goes to the editor who also differs. But just speak out what you can work with, and then we move on.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I always find it a privilege and honor to make a presentation after lunch, when I can proudly see dozing professors. So I'm hoping that at least you will spare at least 5 minutes to listen to what I'm presenting. At this point, I'm not sure whether this is working or someone is manipulating. Is this? Yeah, because I tried to move it. It doesn't seem to be moving unless if it's moving. Oh, okay. Let's just go to the earlier slide. We want to make a short presentation to talk about how you can enhance your chances of publishing, and more so in terms of what the expectations of journal editors could be. We might not be able to exhaust within the few minutes that we have, but at least it gives a guide to those who want to strengthen their scholarly work for publication. So this presentation, we are trying to generate a better understanding of the art and science of scholarly writing. And we want to, you can go to the second slide. We also want to, help you increase your confidence in terms of writing for publication. So as you may know, being a scholar is not about just having a PhD. You can have a PhD, but you are not a scholar. Or it's not about being appointed a university lecturer at some university and you call yourself a scholar. You are not a scholar. Ordinarily, a scholar is someone who has had a significant contribution in their field of study. And we have this inspiration from Anne Huff for those who are upcoming scholars and PhD students. And she says, you should anticipate making an impact on the scholarly conversation in your field from the very beginning of your academic career. So at the moment, you should already be thinking about the kind of impact that you want to make and run with it. Let me have the next slide. Now, what are the key issues that you would want to look at when you are writing for publication? Can you have the next slide? I hope I don't lose my line of thinking. So getting started in terms of writing, what is important is for you to first think of a problem. It's not enough for you to have a PhD chapter and say, maybe I should have an article per chapter. Is there a problem? Is there an issue? Is there a gap in terms of knowledge that you think can be developed? So you have to think deeply in terms of the purpose of your study. And you have also to think through 3 key issues. First, the methodology that you are going to use, the theoretical framework. In academia, we always make an emphasis on theoretical lens in terms of making arguments and writing your articles. So quite often, if you find you're writing without a theory, the chances are that it might not be a strong article that you are writing. So you also have to think through in terms of what you are contributing. the editor is looking for that new knowledge which you are bringing, which we do not already have all over. I mean, issues that you may be talking about might be, you know, a topic that is similar to many others, but there must be something unique about your topic. There must be something unique that you are contributing. Even if we have written about ethnicity in Nigeria since 1960, what is it that today you are writing which we have not heard already? So you are not just putting together some work, but you are bringing in a new knowledge in that particular area of writing. And then what is also important is for you not to write for any journal. There are a lot of predator journals out there, but the big question is, how do you select the best one? There are acceptable databases that are accepted in the academic community. And some of these are, for example, Web of Science, Scopus, DOAJ, IBSS. I know there's probably I left Norwegian, ABDC list, Australia. Those are some of the databases. So if you see a journal that is publishing in 3 days or 7 days and they are not appearing here, you know that's a problem. So it is important if you are going to build your career, your research niche, publishing, make sure that your audience is going to be reading from journals that are in these databases, because these databases only accept journals that follow certain criteria that is acceptable in the academic community. For example, peer reviewing is a critical exercise. You know, double-blinded peer reviewing, you can say, looking at ethical issues and the like. And when you then settle for a journal, it is also important for you to go and look at its about section. You don't just come up with an article or see you have an article, then you just see a title and then you throw in your paper there. What is the journal about? What does it accept? Someone talked about, yeah, yours is suitable for African journal. The other one is not international relations or something like that. So sometimes these things come because probably not much attention has been paid to that. And journals have different areas of focus. For example, some are looking for your theoretical contribution in that paper. Are you making a contribution, a theoretical contribution? Some are looking for empirical researches. Is your study empirical? Some are looking for qualitative studies. Some are looking for quantitative studies. So if you don't look at the about journal, sometimes it becomes, you know, you might miss the requirements of that particular journal. Also, it is important to look at the author guidelines. Remember, the editors also look at how the article or manuscript is dressed. If they say font size 12 Roman numerals, it must be. If they say double spacing, single spacing, it must be. If they say you itemize your sections and subsections, you have to. If they say your sections must have a literature review, it must be. You find other journals, they don't want a literature review. It's just introduction, theoretical framework, methodology, results, and discussion. Then they are done. So it is important for you to be familiar with the author guidelines. Also check to ensure that the subject matter of your journal does not fall outside the scope of the journal that you are writing to. If it is about urban governance, don't go and put something on rural governance or something else, because that's not the area of the subject area of the journal. Sometimes the editors are looking at the timeliness and novelty of your work. So is it something that is contemporary that you are debating? Is it something that is a burning issue for which the academic community is looking for answers? You might also see that editors are concerned about the extent to which you understand what has already been written about what is between what has already been written and what you want to contribute, and what you are contributing, of what significance is it to the academic field, be it to public policy, be it to public administration. This ordinarily you also justify in the introduction. So the potential impact of the research that you are doing is very critical. The editors look at that. But also when you are writing, you are citing contemporary sources. I always have a problem with my students when they begin to quote sources that were published before they were born. And yet there are lots of journal articles that have been published in the previous year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. And a good quality article must be within that range of 5 years, and a few maybe up to 10 years, unless if it's seminal work or if it is policy documents. Otherwise, everything else should be contemporary. And then you have a choice also. There are always arguments and debate about should you publish in an open access journal or in a closed access journal, right? But existing research has confirmed that in terms of the quality of the journals, there might be no difference really. But there are certain criteria that you might want to consider as an emerging scholar or as an established scholar, right? You realize that those that are closed, the traditional models, when you want to access is by subscription. So it means there will be fewer people who might look at your work, particularly in the African context. There is also the issue of payment for publication. Ordinarily, the closed ones, you don't pay, but you probably have less people downloading and reading your articles. For the open access, you have got to pay an article processing fee, and the reviewing ordinarily it can be double blinded, but it is understood that sometimes there will be fewer reviewers on the open ones. In terms of prestige, very similar. In terms of speed of publications, the traditional model can take longer, and the open access are relatively faster. So you also want to make a choice depending on your targets and your level in terms of academic growth. Distribution, obviously the traditional model, they are limited to subscribers, while there is wider access for the ones that are open access. And I know many universities are moving towards the open access kind of articles. So before my colleague comes, assuming that your work has been accepted, of course, we have seen that there are a lot of rejections, major revisions, minor revisions, and the like, which is normal, no matter how much you have published. Reviewer corrections, what is important here is for you to adequately respond to the reviewer comments. Be very generous with your responses. Don't take shortcuts or be brief and say, because my article has been accepted, so I can mildly respond. The editor will want an itemized point-by-point response to the reviewer's comments. And when you do so, make sure you are using either track changes or highlighting the changes so that when you submit, you've got 2 copies. The one that shows where the changes have been made and the one that is clean. Ordinarily, editors require that. And once your work is published, it is important for you to share it as widely as possible. And there are different avenues that you can use to share your publications. I know these days there is Orchid, there is ResearchGate, there is, what are the other outlets? LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Google Scholar, yes. Oh, Google Scholar, actually, you have to make your profile public so that colleagues who want to see your work, they can see what you have done as well, and they can also download from there. So there could be other avenues, but make sure that you you share your publications widely so that in terms of your work being seen and cited, that can be done. So okay. There are some of those that way you can share, but they are more than this. So I will then ask my colleague to speak also briefly about how your journal article should look like and what is expected in each section of the journal articles. Thank you.
I understand I'm standing between your tea break and some people going to rest, but I'll make it short. One thing I need to tell the students is in academia, rejection is okay. That's what I've learned along the way. When it comes to your work being rejected, it's fine. So this is where you just buckle up and make a plan. So there is no shortcuts because writing is a continuous process and not learned overnight, and it doesn't happen in a day, and we all are still learning. So once you accept that, I think it becomes much easier. So what is expected in a journal article? And I mean, different outlets require different expectations. As I said, my previous colleague, in some journals, they want you to have something like that: an abstract, an introduction, theoretical framework, literature review, methodology, findings and discussion, and conclusion. Then you get to the quantitative people, and they don't care less about your literature review section, but they're more interested in the methodology aspect, and they want that literature section to be part of the introduction, that the introduction becomes longer than what you normally do, and you go straight to the findings after the methodology. So be careful about the journal that you're working towards. Yes, you've got a thesis. What next? Look at a journal you want to publish. Your title in your thesis is not necessarily going to be the title that you're going to propose for the paper. Sometimes you can get away with it, but the biggest problem that we face as students is trying to condense a 300-page document in 25 pages or less, and we possibly can't do that. So you have to be strategic and choose an objective from the entire study and say, this is the focus that I'm going to, and try to condense that in what you're going to write. But if you're going to do the entire thesis, I'll pray for you on that one. It's not an easy one. So when we talk about the introduction, I will not go much into these sections because you have sessions that are coming up and they're going to talk about these aspects. Maybe before the introduction, it's important to look at the abstract. Most of you were asked to send an abstract and very few could put up an abstract, but it's a summary. Again, what should be in an abstract? The purpose, the aim. Why should we care about your research? The design and the methodology, the findings, and then your originality. What am I contributing? That is in a nutshell what an abstract. If you go to Elsevier, they're going to ask you that. But if you have these key aspects, you know that at least you've written an abstract. In terms of the introduction, I think you need to move back. This is going to be exhausting. In terms of the introduction, move forward. Introduction. Next slide. Yes. So for the introduction, I will just stop at that. And this is something that I've been taught. And this slide is borrowed from Prof. Stella Nkomo, that when I came in, I thought I can write. And then I realized very quickly that I still have a long way to go. And like what needs to be done in an introduction is capture the essentials of your study in a way that captures the reader's interest. Some of you submit your work for examining, but the introduction already leaves the examiner biased because you don't capture them. The hook is not set. So if I'm confused in the introduction, imagine how I'm going to be in the literature section because I'm already biased, and we know we're human beings. So bias is, it's a given. So if you're confusing me in the introduction and the abstract, I already made up my mind, you don't know what you're writing. So please make sure that you pay attention to the introduction and hook the reader from the beginning, because it will help them fully recognize and appreciate what your research has to offer. And this is where your supervisors normally ask, so what? Yes, social protection, so what? What about it that you want to write about? So we can move on to the next slide. I'm not going to touch much because these things you have. And then we've got, what is the significant contribution to the knowledge? So normally as we write, we do it in passing. But in some of these journal articles in the first, they want to know what is that contribution? Already they need to know that. So what are you contributing? What is the contribution that can make in the paper given the current state of the scholarship? And that requires you to have read. So how much reading can you do? I wish I knew the answer to that. I don't know, but you have to read until you make sure that people know what you want to research about and the contribution is clear. Are you building a new theory? Are you testing a theory? Those things are important in your introduction. And then if we could break down what aspects we look out for, and this is have been taught again, it's not subjective. You can choose. First paragraph, we normally want to know what is the topic or research question. Why is it interesting and important, and who cares? You need to capture the attention there. So if that first paragraph is not looking like that, we have a problem. Go to the next one. And then we explain the current state of knowledge. So in your second and third paragraphs in your introduction, these are some of the things that you could walk away with. What do we know? What don't we know? And so what? The key theoretical perspectives and the lens in which you're doing your study is critical in that paragraph. And again, depends on the outlet you're writing. For some, this is too much. But if you're doing qualitative work, this is what they expect most of the time. And for your dissertations that you're writing, theses that you're writing, my apologies, they'll expect to see these things. So our current understanding, is it correct? You explain and you expand. Your current understanding, is it wrong? Is there something that's missing? The most important aspect is be clear about your point of view of the extant knowledge. What is known and what is unknown. And that is the knowledge gap that we always look for. I know we say, where is the knowledge gap? And you're like, oh, how can I make the knowledge gap? This is some of the aspects. So if you read that, it makes it much easier. And then you bring in the hook. What is the gap in the knowledge? And then undressed puzzle or controversy. These are things that one could look at. What is your current understanding? I think that's related to what I previously said. Look at those aspects. You can move on to the next one. And then you could also sneak in, try and explain what the readers would learn. More like your contribution. Give the reader like a starter or a teaser of how you will deliver on the promise, which is like the how. What theoretical lens do you intend to use? I know the most interesting aspect is, before I didn't know that every article actually requires a theory. You would just ignore the theory because you know what we do in our work. You place it there, but it's just there. No relation to it. You've promised in the presentation that I'm using this theoretical lens, but you don't justify that. You don't apply it. You don't come back to tie. And then you're asked by the reviewer, but where is the theoretical implication in the discussion section? And you cannot explain that because you did not understand the theory that you're using yourself. So these are key aspects that we ignore, but actually happen. We can move on to the next one. So in the theoretical foundation, any takeaways, all research papers must have a theoretical foundation unless, and I mean, I stand to be corrected, unless it is research done from a grounded theory methodology or building a theory from the case study research. But if you're doing what you're doing, please keep those theories going. And again, go back to what the good professor said. Your public policy students, your theories must align to those theories we teach you. Because the public policy reviewer is going to come strongly. That they can reject the paper just based on that aspect, or you get the review and you have to correct. We can move on to the next one. Elements in a well-written theoretical foundation. It's not a literature review, but a clear theoretically driven narrative that positions your research in the existing research. It has to be logical, maintain a balance between referring to previous work and developing your own, and it is not death by citation, which we do, guilty as charged. Because when you talk about theoretical framework, you've been told, include the seminal sources, and guess what? We will just include those people that existed before we were born, and we include them. And every second section we are. So it is based on that helicopter view of the existing theory. How do you break it down and make sure that you're still staying relevant, but not going too much into, because the paper is only a few words. So if you expand, you might end up with 2 pages of a theoretical framework, which is unacceptable. We can move on to the next one. I will not go into the methodology description because this is a section that's going to be covered. What you do in your thesis is detailed because you write a full chapter. What we ask you in a paper is a summary, half a page of a full chapter. Meaning you have to be very strategic. What do I include? The trick that I can tell you that I've also been taught is when someone reads your paper, they should be able to replicate that methodology. If I read your paper and I can't replicate, that means your methodology is lacking something. Simple as that. We can move on to the next slide. The discussion section. That again, I used to forget until recently, where you know how we go, you give your findings and then you forget the discussion section. And then it comes back from the reviewers and where's the discussion? Like, but I thought I discussed in the findings. Well, most papers want it separate. And the key aspects they look out for, one is the summary of the key findings, interpretation of these findings. We can move on to the next one. Theoretical implications, you promised a theory. Don't abandon it in the beginning. We come back to the discussion section and we put it there, and then the practical implications. We talk conference presentation because that's the other part of the whole thing. I was listening to most of you presenting. I actually chaired a session. I can do without a mic. That I know. Some of you can pitch. So conference presentation 101. Use your academic voice. Most of you are too soft that if I take up the mic, the person at the back can't hear you, but you can hear me. Why? If people can't hear you, they're not interested in what you're saying. Confidence. Yes, I could be selling you rubbish, but if I sell it properly, it will pass. I mean, this is what it is. So if you cannot sell your own work, we're sitting with a problem because it's your work. You own up to that work. Bad or good. I mean, we do that. I send in my paper very confident. Prof. Natasha said that in the morning. The best chapter she's ever written was not used. So be confident with your work because it's yours. It's not the supervisors. We tend to say, our research, you and who? Your research, your questions. So the confidence has to come in very clear in terms of the presenting, because those aspects are important. I don't know if you could go to the other slides because I think I'm way past the slides. And again, it happens because sometimes another trick when you're presenting, less is better. If you put too much on the slides, you're creating questions. If you also put too little, you're forced to read. At this level, we shouldn't expect anyone to be presenting while reading. It's your work again. It's your work. So know your audience as well. I know you're all bored, so I need to scream a little bit. Know the audience. Speak to the audience. Do you know what most of you do? You're detached from the audience when you're speaking. You speak to the slides. And then you peer review us and you critique the supervisors and the lecturers on the way they teach. And when you stand and you have that audience, you're not interacting. So don't do what we do. I already said don't teach the way you're taught, but I can do that at least. So make sure you don't take the bad habits that we might have, and know the audience. Technology, can we move to the next one? The structure of your presentation. At this level, as I said, we're not professors yet. And again, you're also not an expert in your field. The structure of the presentation is important. You cannot do it the night before. The gaps are going to be visible. The next slide. The design of the slides. Our professors can get away with slides with no use of technology whatsoever, but in this 4IR era, and you are having traditional slides, unacceptable. So would have expected a lot of technology pulling through in your posters, but some of you design posters just like, no offense, and I hope none is taken, but these are things you're going to hear. So please make use of technology when you're designing your presentation so that it is visible, it is readable, but also keep in touch with the technology. The next one, handle the questions, Q&A effectively. Some of us love our work so much that we get too emotional. No one cares. I'll call it as is, it's the truth. So when you're selling your story, be able to take the questions and answer in a professional manner without coming off as arrogant. And I'm sure you heard from Prof. Fred, as that's what he mentioned happened in his group. People were receptive. I may not change what you're telling me, but I could learn from what you're saying because it could be the beginning of another paper. We are different, but I think all the contributions in the room are important. So please know how to handle that and then be able to receive feedback, because this you're going to receive, because we also still receive feedback. And sometimes we're not happy with the feedback. But guess what? You just have to address it if you need that publication. So you choose between getting published and sulking about the feedback. The best advice I would say is receive the feedback. Don't read that email. Read it when you're ready. No, I have feedback, and when I looked at the first line, it looked like a new paper altogether. The collaborator with me decided, like, have you seen the feedback? I'm like, I think we're better off submitting elsewhere. I'm like, no, I've not read the feedback. So sometimes, how do you receive the feedback and stuff? And then the way you dress. Yes, I mean, most of you are going to say, but yeah, we've moved on. It's this era, Gen Z, what? That rubbish doesn't work. They're going to judge you in these presentations. Yes, when you go to the global north, it may be different, but sometimes the way you present yourself can also influence your confidence. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Oh, you still have 2 minutes. All right. So please, another round of applause to the team. She kept the time and we still have 10 minutes. So at this point, we want to take some questions from the student. Questions, comments. Yes, 1, 2. We won't take more than 5. 1, 2. So let's start with 1. We take the first 2.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished scholars and doctors and professors and fellow students. I would just like to understand, being a student of public policy, I've heard this quite a number of times that we need to always use the existing public policy theories, frameworks, etc. So I'm also thinking to myself as an African scholar that we acknowledge that there's been a lot of most of the disciplines originate from the global north. And we understand that the paradigms that they use, their culture, have heavily influenced the current disciplines that we study. And we also acknowledge that this cultures, these beliefs of the Western world, most of the times they are antagonistic to the indigenous knowledge of Africans. And scholars such as Ndlovu Gacheni, Chilisa, etc. from Africa have written a lot about the epistemic violence and the epistemic injustice that's been done and continuing to be done to Africans. So in that sense, then, if we rely solely on the Western paradigms, aren't we then continue to produce and reproduce the inequality and the demeaning of African indigenous knowledge? Why can't we be told as well to reconstruct those theories to suit the African culture and context? Thank you.
All right, that question is noted not only for the presenter today, but all the faculty.
Thank you, Ma. Two questions very quickly. Yeah. So the first one is citing old sources. I maybe because of my background in history, I have a bias like against that rule of putting it within 5 years or thereabouts. I feel that since they used to say nothing is new, somebody has done it before, that why can't older sources be referenced? All right, that's the first one on citing old sources. The second one is will I call you repeating methodology when you're writing papers. So like we have heard from Dr. Stella, you can have several papers from your research work, but when they have been published and it looks like you're repeating, especially that methodology section, like how do you modify methodology for each paper?
Okay. So let me take the third one and then I'll give it back to Mike.
Thank you very much. My question is, if a student finds himself in a dilemma whereby you intend to go a given direction and maybe your supervisor is saying something different and you're also being advised by a respected scholar, and this contradicts, they have contradicting opinions about what you intend doing, which one do I take?
Please, can you help us to check question from the online participants, and then we can take their question.
Sorry, yeah, I was trying to follow your question. I missed it. So I hope my colleague will pick it. If she doesn't, you can repeat for me. So the question about old sources, it's something that is recurring in the majority of journals, that they want to see the extent to which you are familiar with current debate on the issue that you are writing about. So if you are going to cite an article on citizen participation that was written 30 years ago, and it's not seminal work, and then the reviewers and the editor-in-chief are likely to refer you even to newer sources to say you have not referred to new sources. So that's the rule, that's the academic rule. But as I said, if it's seminal work, you can go as old as Karl Marx. It's still fine. And then the lens in terms of research, it's an ongoing debate. Some are talking about decolonizing, the academic knowledge, academic community research, and all that. So it really depends on what you are writing, and it also depends on whether they are contesting views that are between maybe that are Afrocentric and those that are Eurocentric, and if you are able to project that in your journal article, whatever the argument is, to tell us that indeed there is a Eurocentric perspective, but there is also this Afrocentric perspective. And in my writing, I'm going to use the Afrocentric perspective. I don't think you can be penalized for that. It's how you want to approach it. But I understand the difficulty, because for you to be rated a top scholar, they want you to be publishing in those European journals and quoted extensively there, and you have to compete with those who have a different perspective from you. This is the challenge that we have, but we have seen a number of journals that are actually taking up space in the databases that I made reference to. So I think it is an evolving issue. Thank you.
And then the last question. Yeah.
Can I just add to what Prof. Macias is saying? Nothing prevents us from doing comparative work with Western scholars, because that is also a way for us. You kind of have to be strategic about your thinking and about your development. So we know in academia, we know that there's a lot of interest in Africa. So there are a lot of journals that are currently also including more African thinking and philosophy, as well as case studies. One good way for you to see if that journal might be inclined to listen to you is to check if there's an African on their editorial board. If there is, then they're open for it.
Just my comments. Most times, students want to technically avoid current literature. Now, the gap has been taken care of in the more recent literature, but they technically want to avoid it. They will not create that gap and to justify why they are now writing on it. So if you are smart enough, you should be able to bring your literature to date. Then you justify the gap based on what is currently in the journals. That is on that. In terms of trying to compel their ideas and ideologies on us, I've had an experience where I sent a paper, they were trying to reject it, saying that the concept does not operate in that way. But I argue that this is African culture. The way things operate is different from how theirs operate. At the end, they accepted the paper. Then we have to be vigilant too. At times, they compel us into discrediting Africa, especially when it comes to grant application. You have your findings, they want to criticize it just because you did not write your report to favor their expectations. Fortunately, some Nigerians have been, Africans generally have been falling victim to this. They get their report, they will not want to report it the way they found it. They want to report it the way the financiers want it to be reported. This is discredit to Africa.
For the student that wanted to find out if you're getting feedback from another scholar and then the supervisor, and I think again, I'll remind you, this is your work, right? But you must remember, you're in this journey with your supervisor. And as students, we tend to want to create that difference between the feedback you've got, then the supervisor, and you're thinking they're saying the same different things. They could be saying the same thing, but saying it differently. How do you mitigate this? This is where you get the feedback you've received, go and openly discuss it with the supervisor, because at the end of the day, yes, it's your work, but it's the supervisor's name on that document as well. So they may have context as to why sometimes they may differ from the other person that's given you feedback.
Do we have anyone raising hands while we wait for that?
Speaking a lot, sorry. I wanted to give some advice to the students that are, once you've published, you're going to find that somebody the next day writes to you and say, we want to write a book about your research. Don't fall for it. It's not reputable. Oftentimes it's very exploitative. And I would also encourage students, if you do get offers like this, talk to your supervisor before you sign on to anything like this. Okay, there's a lot of predatory publishers out there. And if you do, unfortunately, find yourself published in a predatory journal, remove it from your CV. Don't even have it in your CV. Do not put it on LinkedIn. Don't make this public, okay? It's a lesson learned, but then, yeah, then you forget and you move on.
Thank you. So do we have, Busari, do we have participants online? Okay, do we have anybody online? No, thank you. So, okay, an editor to comment.
Thank you. I was only going to ask a question. Okay, there's something called scholarly humility, and it's supposed to be a virtue that scholars should have, you know. And that takes me to a question to Professor Marcia. Okay, when authors of manuscripts receive comments from reviewers, is it all the time that you have to take the comment to line and sinker, even when you don't agree with it? Can't the authors also put their positions on ground if they are not comfortable with the comments? I once had an experience that a reviewer said, oh, there is something so and so happening in Nigeria and it ought to be part of your work. I'm a Nigerian. I'm there. What he described wasn't happening. And I had to tell him, you know, and at the end, I think the general editor agreed with me. So as much as one should be receptive enough of these comments, one's critical mind should also be alive, not just to take comments hook, line, and sinker. Secondly, I'm also speaking as an African author. It's good to disseminate works, indeed, but there are some works that are behind paywalls, and you must have also signed some contracts that you can't share the work beyond your university repository. So here you have to be very careful. Oh, you are glad you have published. At the end of the day, you also don't want to be taken to an European court to be fined in euros. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And this is 3:59 on the dot. Thank you. So, yes, 4 o'clock. And at this point, I will invite Pauline as we close for today. Tomorrow, please check your schedule. We start by 8:30. It's going to be an exciting time. You have opportunity to ask questions, and we are starting with the student. Please, student, don't come late, because I promise you, Professor Eunice is just wonderful. And she will start by 8:30 because she's going to talk on ethics. Lateness is part of not following ethics. So please, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, we have 2 sessions, one for students, one for faculty. And then tomorrow is just going to be parallel sessions all through. Pauline will talk about the venue. I think one will take place in this classroom, this room, another in another venue. She will talk about it. Please welcome Pauline as we round up the session. And then there is a consent form in your document. Please sign if you want to, and then submit outside this consent form.
Hi, I'm Pauline. Good afternoon. No problem. Good afternoon. How are your energies? Here or here? Up here? Okay, so let's take them a bit higher. Yeah, just a little bit. So after this session, I promised some light stretches. So if you could meet me at the poolside, by the poolside, not in your swimming costumes, okay? No swimming costumes, but in your sports gear, in about 30 minutes, then we can do some Zumba dancing, yeah? Zumba dancing, I can hear some yeas here going. Excellent. So in about half an hour. And then I sent you an email to please send me any receipts you have for your reimbursement so that I can process that and we can get our cash on Wednesday. So we'll be rich on Wednesday. Yeah. But I need to process it tomorrow. So thank you. Venue for tomorrow. So tomorrow we won't meet here. We'll meet in some rooms near where our sleeping or our accommodation is. There's some meeting halls there. So Amboseli for the faculty and there's Samburu for the rest of us. Yeah. So Amboseli and Samburu, which is on the same ground area as our accommodation. Yes, we'll send you an email as well. Thank you. And there's tea is served.
All right. So everybody, let's give ourselves a bado. Which one is bado now? Bado. Come on. And thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Okay, UI student, can you please come to the head of the department table? Thank you.